Well, hello there. Welcome back. It's me, the grown man in a chicken suit. Waddling in. Chicken man. Chicken man. Oh no. This is pressing down on my comb. Alright. Day 5. Only 8 more days. Only 8 more days. Is the bot broken? Hang on. Bot, are you broken? No? Is it on cooldown? Must have been on cooldown or something. Elf boy. Welcome in. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to start our way. Sorry about being a couple minutes late. I had to redo my stream key. So after the Twitch breach, I reset everything, all my passwords and everything. And it had to generate a new stream key. And I had to get that set up on OBS and all that stuff. And I forgot to do that part of it last night. And so had to get set up. But we are good to go. Just really quick. I'll tell you what's going on in case this is the first one of these that you've come to and you're like, what the crap is going on? Why is this man in a chicken suit? Most people think it's a turkey, but it's a chicken. It said so on the tag. No turkey. Anyway, first off, over there you'll see our sponsor, NordVPN. Today's stream is sponsored by NordVPN. What's scarier than the call coming from within your home? Someone getting your location via your IP address. Okay, probably not. That's what I'm going to go with. Go to NordVPN if you haven't already. Use my name. NordVPN.com/Adam versus everything. The deal is still good. It's 73% off for 2 years and 4 months free. It's a pretty good deal. Check it out if you haven't already. Second, what's going on? So every year we do 13 streams of horror games. We are on day 5 this year. We're starting a brand new game today. This is going to be the longest game that we do, I believe. This year. This one should take like 3 streams. So we're going to be doing this one all day, all the way until about 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern. It is called Song of Horror. I don't really know anything about it other than I've seen the trailer. That's it. If you're blind to it also, let's figure it out together. The old couch co-op. If you're not, if you know what's going on, don't let me know what's going on. Let me catch up a chat and we'll get started. King of Loser, thank you for the lurk. Evening Abuser, welcome in. Middle Management Robot, thank you for the lurk. Lonely. Buster Chubnuts, Barky A-Ramp, XO Newton. Familiar name. So many of you have come. They read here. Elf Boy, Fuyu, Modwife, and Tree Bones. I'm all caught up. Had time for this one. This one's like half the length of Darkwood. On average, this game takes 15 to 20 hours, and Darkwood was saying it took 30 to 40. So this one still a lot less than Darkwood. Oh. Inspector, welcome in. Here, I'll show you. Here we go. Darkwood, main story plus extras, 28 hours. Completionist, which I'll probably be somewhere in between main and extras and completionist, 42 hours. So I'm guessing my playthrough would be like 30, 35 hours of it, which is a lot longer than 15 to 20 of Song of Horror. I still want to play Darkwood too. I've owned it for quite a while as well. It was that long? Even take your time. It's not pretentious. That's what that says, but I don't know. I'm just going to... That is usually pretty accurate for me. It's been accurate with all these games so far, so... Thanks, Bob. All right. So... As normal with these, let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, all that good stuff. I've never opened the game, so we'll get it dialed in, and then we'll be good for the stream. Jump scare alerts are on, and all that good stuff, or bad stuff, depending on how you want to say it. I'm going to turn this down until it opens, because sometimes the opening screen is, like, deadly. Deadly. Unreal Engine. You know what they need to make with Unreal Engine? They need to make a new Unreal Tournament. Friggin' Fortnite. That's the only thing I have against Fortnite. I don't care. Play whatever you want. You have fun. Awesome. That's the point, right? Doing Doi? What's the average time for Dragon Age? I think it's like 140 hours or something stupid for completionists, so we're around that. Anyway, the only thing I have against Fortnite is they were going to make a new Unreal tournament, and I actually remember playing the like alpha of it, and then when Fortnite started to get popular, they canceled it in order to put more resources into Fortnite. You bought Fortnite? Oh yeah, when it was just supposed to be like the Battle Royale was supposed to be a side thing, and the main game was supposed to be the zombie defense sort of game, the building zombie defense with friends, yeah. Fortnite. Alright. Settings. Check this out here. General volume. Alright. We might end up having to turn that down. Here are the difficulty levels, by the way. It starts out on one of the harder ones. We got ETA Hoffman, Just the Story. We got Give Me a Break, which is just normal playthrough. Edgar Allan Poe, The Original Experience. All right, that's what we're going to go with, I suppose. Subtitles are on. You can't choose H.P. Lovecraft. I'm guessing you have to beat the game to choose that one. Way back in the day. That's it. Yeah, like I said, I don't have anything against it other than the fact that it made it so there's not currently a new Unreal tournament. That would have been nice. Subtitles are on. Good, good. Visual cues when listening. Visual cues when listening at doors. This option makes the particular game mechanics significantly easier. Designed to make playing possible even in noisy environments with very low volume, etc. Dreamed Man Medan. Did you really? Did it give you nightmares? Or just dreams? Just dreams. Video. We're on. I wonder if I leave it on that, it'll actually play better. I don't know. This is my native resolution, so I'm going to put on my native resolution. VSync, we'll leave that off at the moment. We might end up turning that on, but if it tears or something. But it looks like things are pretty good here. Confirm the settings. All right. Have the new Unreal Tournament free section of Epic. Is it going to be updated or left it? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like nothing. Yeah, I've played it. It's very unfinished. Like you can play it though, but it does feel bad. I like Unreal, so just dreams. Let's go on major. It's very welcome in. All right, let's get started. Again, let me know if it's too loud or whatever. I'm gonna start the recording. We'll get in, and this should be a 3-day thing, hopefully. And yeah, hopefully it's good. Looks good. I've heard good things. Non-spoiler good things. The reviews seem like they're rated pretty decently, so I don't know what's going on with allergies this week. Maybe it's all the drugs I took before the stream, I'm not sure. Stria, welcome in. How's it going, Stria? All right. Recording has begun. All right. So we are going to play through Song of Horror completely blind to this. Don't know anything about it. Like mentioned before, if you're just coming in, feel free if you're blind to the game also to do some couch co-op. Let's figure it out together. Let me have your opinions on both story, puzzles, whatever. That's fine. If you do know what's going on, if you know how to do the stuff, if you've seen it before, played it before, whatever, don't let me know. That's all I ask. But let's get started. Hopefully this is a good game. Song of Horror. It's going to be a 3-parter, I do believe. Here we go. And again, if it's super loud, just tell me. We'll dial it in at the beginning and just leave it alone after that. All right, there's a green hue, which means we're either in the Matrix or a Lovecraft novel. That's the only 2 options when things have this green hue, right? Lovecraft. How's the sound seem to you guys? Seem alright? We recommend using headphones and a controller for more immersive experience. Alright, well I have headphones, but I'm gonna go mouse and keyboard to start with. Tentacles. So it's 1998. That was behind me, I don't know if you can see it. Tentacles, so hentai or Lovecraft. Maybe both. Lovecraftian hentai. 1998, that was just like 5 or 6 years ago.
Home sweet home.
All right, how's the volume? At the most, maybe just like 10 years ago. What'd you miss? We just opened the game, so you didn't miss anything. My old flashlight. It saved me more than once in the great outdoors. Oh no. Are the controls gonna be crazy again? Like, those bring back some really good memories. Sure do. Let's go and tuck. Sloth, welcome in. No, I think I'll leave that on. Maybe forever. Oh my god, toilet right off the bat. We're getting into the horror real fast. Man, the toilet drain stinks as usual. Okay, maybe you should clean your toilet. Yeah, we literally just started, yep, so you didn't miss anything. I plan to spend my Sunday on this couch listening to jazz. I can't wait to see the next X-Files episode. I should sell that old thing once and for all. Not the greatest pizza I've had, but it hit the spot. I closed the curtains again. I'll end up killing this poor plant. I could have sworn I took out the trash. Whoa. We just pointed out the lights and it came on. Let's go on. Icy Kyle, welcome in. Some leftover coffee. Not my drug of choice on a Friday evening. Squeaky clean, just like it should be. Maybe you should spend some time cleaning your toilet. I'm not really hungry, plus I didn't get any groceries this week. I can run! It's actually faster. Unlike in, Man and Medan. Would you turn that on? No, 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 no. Yeah, Man and Medan get...
Oh, crikey. Seriously?
Oh, crikey. To give us some practice on crazy controls, yeah. Is the volume good, by the way?
Hello.
Daniel, it's me, Etienne. Hey, we've
Crikey.
got a bit of a major emergency.
Is that how you sound, Inspector?
Oh, you're joking. Friday evening, and there's an emergency?
This is serious business. Sebastian Husher is nowhere to be found.
There's
His
always a
manuscript should have been
Sebastian.
at the office by Tuesday. He won't answer his calls, and he hasn't shown up
Thank
at
you.
his office at the university. He's vanished into thin air.
Oh, don't screw with me, Etienne. Call him on Monday or send a courier for him. I just got in the door less than 5 minutes ago.
I go myself, but I've got to attend Albert's performance in half an hour. Plus, Husher's house is closer to your place than it is to mine. Come on, man. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll get back home.
You're going to owe me a big fat favor.
Whatever you want. Write this down. 4 Abbott Thomas Road, in the old housing developments along Highway EB-15.
EB-15? Good God, that's out in the sticks. I plan to take a few days off after this.
Well, we'll talk about that once you find him. Oh, and if he gives you the manuscript, don't show it to anyone. And don't go selling it off to the highest bidder.
I'll see what I can do. We'll ring you up when I get back.
Thanks, Dan. You're saving my skin.
Zoan Sock, welcome in. Nothing new under the sun, as they say. Yep.
Again. Another Friday evening and I'm working as an errand boy. I suppose they're too important over
Hey.
at Wake Publishers to come looking for
I didn't get to click the other
jolly
stuff in that room.
themselves.
Is this how you
Shit.
talk, Inspector?
Even I should be too important for that.
Or Doy? Doy, is this how you
Mustn't have
speak?
stretched my complaints. Rising from my lot as a drunkard and financial ruin to that of an errand boy is actually quite an improvement. If only things had gone a bit better for the company, or I'd got on the wagon a bit sooner. Damn, Sophie did the right thing when she divorced me. I would have divorced myself in her place. Daniel Neuer, the bloody alcoholic. Chin up, you. That is Daniel Neuer, the bloody ex-alcoholic, after all. Wake Publishers employee by day, Wake Publishers screwed over lackey by evening. Even Friday evenings. But if I could find Husher, I have a feeling my status at the company would rise quite a bit. After all, he is the publishing firm's biggest star. Let's cross our fingers and hope he's home.
You don't speak like this unless you're at a science conference and you're trying to sound smart. Let me tell you of my status. The Husher Mansion is home to writer Sebastian P. Husher, his wife Catherine, their 2 children Julia and Saul, their housekeepers Alexander and Masha. Masha. No, my game loaded too fast. I couldn't see the other tip. I believe I've seen that exact same car. IRL. Uh-oh. An abandoned tricycle. Prelude. A Friday, like any other. You think you own that car, IRL? A tricycle. I didn't know Husher had kids. Hang on, guy. Just read the loading screen. This guy's not reading loading screens. Why does he even play these games? It literally just told you they had 2 kids. Why take the side door when I can take the main door? Yeah, it definitely has that tint to it. Man, I'm trying to use the controls from Man and Medan. A newspaper. That murderer they arrested about a week ago is on the front page. How convenient. Or something.
Hello? Is that music?
This is just how 1998 looked. It's kind of like how color didn't exist in the world, you know, until 100 years ago. Tank controls again, not quite as bad. Each character has their own light source. To turn it off and on, press F. Once it's on, you can choose the direction in which you want to point the light. To do so, use your mouse. This will allow you to illuminate specific areas and also help you interact with objects that might not be right in front of your character. Your light source will never run out. Use as much as you need. Nice.
Is that someone playing a music box?
All right. Oh my god, it is tank controls again. Oh, it is. Oh, I didn't think it was as bad. They look like travel guides. The clock marks 12. Guess it needs fixing. That's a lot of clothes. Is there anyone home? A lot of clothes? Wait, what? There's literally a jacket, a scarf, and 2 hats. There's lots of clothes. Lots of them. The alarm seems disabled. Much better. If it goes off, I'll have a lot of explaining to do. Alright. Oh, these friggin' controls. They're just like Man and Medan. Husher is in a lot of these framed pictures. The rest must be family, I guess. Wow, great detective work. Those paintings are depressing. I'd never put them up in my place. Your place is already depressing as is. You don't need depressing paintings. That's weird. What are all those suitcases doing there? Oh no. Why these controls again? Viper, Tweety, Soulblade, welcome in. It doesn't work just typing it, yeah. Books and plates in the same cabinet. Not much order there. Decorative fruit, expensive porcelain kind. I guess they don't want anyone to think they're poor. On audio only, you thought it said those panties are depressing. You have found an examinable item. Inspect it again, or to gain information by pressing E. To examine the backside, use your mouse. You can access your inventory and collect your documents at any time by pressing I or J. Okay. Dear Sebastian, how are you? To be completely honest, I must admit that we are all impatiently awaiting your latest work. My dear friend, I must ask a favor of you. Enclosed with this letter, you will find one of the latest items we have purchased at the store. An ornate music box with fascinating engravings. The craftsmanship is astonishing, but something else has caught my eye. Or perhaps I should say, ear. The melody, Sebastian, it's peculiar. You have to listen for yourself. I had never heard the song before, and my attempts at finding the score, or the name, or composer, have failed. I cannot for the life of me get the melody out of my head. Can we read that side too? Would you be willing to help me find any clues regarding this box and its mysterious melody? I would be forever grateful. With the warmest of wishes, Isaac. P.S. I've also enclosed the little information I managed to find about said box. Letter addressed to Sebastian P. Husher at Abbott Thomas Road.
Interesting.
Interesting. Man, oh man. Man, that mirror's dirty. This table is set, but covered in dust. Where is everybody? Family portrait, I guess. They look old. Oh, I hate these controls, man. They're all covered in dust. This place hasn't been cleaned in days. Days! Wallpaper is exceptional. A matchbox. Can't think of any reason to burn the house down yet. Days. You guys dust your entire house every couple days? Every day? Wallpaper is exceptional. Wait. Can we go in that room where the letter was? So, maybe I should burn this house down.
What the? How can there be a door there?
There's a classical music album on the record player. There's stuff lying all over the place. It reminds me of my college dorm. Uh-oh. The music's getting creepy. This radio has to be older than me. And are those rifles real? Wow, this guy likes to hunt. Sophie would have a fit. That's some loud music box noise. And he was never seen again. GG.
I'd hardly taken a step
Man,
forward
I
when
hate that.
heard the door
That's what I was
close
thinking too.
behind me. When I turned around, the door wasn't there anymore.
We didn't get to go
And all that
upstairs.
was left of it was a strange shadow on the wall. I searched. I despaired. And I screamed until my throat began to burn. The candles started to run out, as did the batteries in my torch. From within the most suffocating darkness, the hours went by, until turning into days, and I began to fall in and out of a restless sleep. I would hear voices, sometimes right next to me, other times a few yards away. It seemed like they were coming from the other side of the wall. Desperate cries, howling in horror, and sometimes, the worst of all, a vast, oppressive silence would fall, seeming to emanate from everywhere and nowhere all at once. There was nobody there. Just hallucinations.
Just the wind.
Nightmares. Black nothingness. And the song from that music box. Trapped in this impossible place, I wondered if I was going to die there.
Maybe. Quasi, thank you for using the Twitch Prime here. Thank you, Quasi. Very much appreciated. 3 days later. A door that should not be.
Etienne, do you have any news on Daniel yet?
Oh, Sophie. No. We've been calling him at home all day, but there's no response.
Do you know if he's got a mobile phone?
No, I don't think so. And if he does, he doesn't tend to keep it on him.
Oh, man. I think I should pass by the Husher place when I leave,
1998. Who has a mobile
just
phone?
to see if they know anything.
Husher the writer? Your client?
Are they the size of bricks?
Yeah, I sent Daniel over there on Friday, and I haven't heard from him since.
What's the address? I'm going to stop by Daniel's place, and if I don't find him, I can go around and ask about him.
The house on the outskirts of town, on Highway EB-15. Number 4, Abbott Thomas Road. It's a big house.
Okay. I'm headed over. Call me if you find him.
Of course.
Maybe we can check upstairs with hers. We get to play as multiple characters. The Husher Mansion is a large 19th century colonial house, property of Sebastian P. Husher, acclaimed professor and historical fiction author. Sophie Van Dinant, a light source candle. Life has put Sophie to the test many times, but she always pulls through. It was thanks to this resilience that she summoned the strength to put an end to her failing marriage with Daniel. Sophie, who runs a well-known art gallery, is now enjoying the ever-elusive prosperity she has always longed for. Speed, stealth, strength, serenity. Scented candles. Shit, they have abilities and stuff? Whenever I light one, everything around me feels safer and more peaceful. What? Oh, this is kind of crazy. Etienne Bertrand, lighter. A confident, self-made man, is sales manager at Wake Publishing, making him Daniel's direct supervisor. In his role as personal assistant, Daniel has become somewhat of an errand boy, but Etienne is slowly giving him greater responsibilities. Although they love to complain about working together, they have grown fond of each other, developing a friendship outside of work that neither of them like to admit. This is pretty interesting mechanic. I wonder how it's going to play out. Note folder. Writing down anything important is the secret to remembering. Oh, I kind of like that. Who's this guy? Alexander Laskin. Candle. Alexander and his wife, Masha. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know this guy. Are housekeepers at writer Sebastian P. Husher's mansion. Watching over the author's children is one of their many household duties. The Russian couple of Christian faith moved to Europe in the early 80s in an attempt to flee from a mysterious part that Alexander rarely, if ever, speaks about. Very strong. Metal hip flask. Take a good swig from the flask to soothe your nerves when danger lurks. Always worked for me. I do have chat to remember things for me. Another person, Alina Ramos. Flashlight. Alina is a passionate, hands-down type of learner, always eager to get her hands dirty at work. Happy and energetic, she's traveled the world with her sister in search of a better life for them both. Now working as an electrical technician at Monolith Security, Alina is part of a highly qualified tech support team repairing high-end home security systems for exclusive clients. Walkie-talkie. It doesn't work very well. It picks up a lot of weird interference. Press X to sip from your flask. The power of alcoholism. Huh. I'm not sure who I want to pick. Maybe Sophie? Or Etienne Bertrand? Let's go with Bertrand. Walkman. Alcoholism is OP. What can go wrong putting all your points in strength, yeah? Alright, I'll go with Bertrand. I wonder if we can switch. It's like a Lost Vikings sort of thing where you can just switch between them. Maybe we end up playing as all of them either way. I didn't know that these horror games had interesting mechanics. Yeah, this is one I haven't seen before. Well, I don't know how it's going to play out, but definitely unique as far as the ones that we've played. All right, September 28th, 1998. Put all your points into strength and alcoholism. Sure, it's fine. Does he say something different about this? He can't even interact with it? Oh, there we go. The tricycle must belong to Husher's little boy. Let's go on Grasswing. Welcome in. Let's newspaper is about 1 or 2 weeks old. Looks like it even rained on it. Very astute. This much? Not too much. Chapter 1, the Husher Mansion. We did the little prologue.
Why is the front door open?
The prologue character that we were playing got here. He read some stuff. He was looking for someone that had gone missing. He saw a weird door in a room that shouldn't have been there. He went through it. The door disappeared. He got trapped inside. That's pretty much all we know. Now the next person's coming to look for him. One at a time, of course. How's it going, baby carrots? Welcome in. A bunch of books and travel guides. Very old. I like it. I wouldn't buy one for my place. Let's see what he says about these. There's a coat and several hats. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense than what the other guy said. So many clothes. Looks like a security system control panel. It's deactivated. All right, let's see if there's anything new in here. Wait, we didn't go in this toilet area. Amanda was right. I look good in a trench coat. Thanks, Amanda. Wherever you are. Going west, welcome in. Playing this game so you don't have to. You bought this game years ago, but never played it. And there you go. What? This painting reminds me of the Sleeping Beauty. Oh, that's a weird painting, man. I wonder if this suitcase belongs to a guest? Shouldn't he be like calling out for the guy or something? Or any of them, like Sebastian? Sebastian!
Not gonna happen. No.
Won't open without a key. Alright. I can't. What is it with these games having these tank controls, though? That is kind of frustrating. As much as we were talking about horror games, and I'm like, I hate it when I have to play first person. I think I would rather, just because the controls are so much easier than these tank controls. Man likes his vintage things. Even the telephone is older than the hills. Doubt it. Tons of history fiction novels, definitely my favorite genre, but none of these are as good as the ones Husher writes. I've got a camera like that. This one is just decorative. This globe must be really old. These look like the kind of books that don't let me sleep at night. I see a bunch of grammar and language books. This must be section B for boring. Husher was standing right here. I'd ask him to sign one for me. These swords remind me of the cartoons my son watches. Dang it, drawer's stuck. Better oil the sides if I want to get my hands on that key. That's the first thing he thinks about. All right, let's go in laundry. Welcome in. I gotta find some oil. Gotta get nice and lubricated. So this is where Husher does his magic. All right, so this is the room we need to come back to after we get some kind of oil. Or maybe butter. Anything to slick me up a little bit so I can slide into that crack. Picked Vodka Boy. Just pull out the... Yeah, I wonder. That's actually a good point. He has max strength. Could Vodka Man just rip that open? Oh my god. These are first editions of Husher's novels. The Bronze Key, City Under the Snow. Wow. I'd pay a real fortune for these. You could just take them. There's no one here. The fireplace is empty. I could light it if I had some wood. An imposing beast, just like this house. There's a lot to look at. Oh, these controls. Mostly full of history magazines. This poor plant's almost dead. I see they take their liquor seriously in this house. I doubt there are many people who have a piano instead of a TV in their living room. Hey, wasn't Husher's wife a semi-famous chess player? I think you mentioned it one day. Let's go multi-year, welcome in. Putting your finger or fist into random orifices, if it'll allow me, absolutely. Good music and good wine, a pretty flawless combination. Be one of those people with a piano instead of a TV. It's not really fruit, but it actually looks pretty decent. All right, so we were in this room with the other guy. He could easily crawl under this table. Okay, what? Is that what you guys think? Does anyone else have these thoughts? Do you literally think about every single object you see? Like every single object you have a specific thought about, and you see tables and things, you're like, I could fit under that. Is that your first thought? The layers of dust on that mirror must be ancient. Yes, that is exactly what I think about when I see a table. Yeah, I could fit under that.
Nope.
Yeah, I always think about if I can fit under stuff or not. It's good to know in case of emergency. Doesn't look like it has first person, no. It's the tank control stuff again, it looks like. Everything is nice and neat, but dusty. Didn't Husher have a housekeeper? I mean, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure. We looked at the settings before I started the recording. Yep. Yep. Oh, a thing. Matches. Matchbox. Just an ordinary matchbox. Alright. Take it. Combine.
No.
So far we have a note folder and some matches, alright. No lubricant still.
There's something on the counter.
Drawing by Saul, drawing done by Husher's youngest child. Something's wrong with that boy. Let's just set fire to the house and leave. Saul, 7. What's with that puddle? And look at those loose wires. Yeah, that's not good. That gas stove is pretty ancient and covered in dust. Yeah, it might have gone 2 days without dusting. We have found a ring. Okay, good.
Nope.
I'm wasting time trying to put that ring on my finger. I can't say I'm surprised to see books in the kitchen. At least they seem to be cooking books. I wouldn't mind having one of these apples if I knew how old they were. Literally just look at them and see if they're good. Gas stove is pretty ancient. Alright, I read that. This is a very mazy house. At least he's not kicking open doors like Resident Evil or something. Yeah, just literally look at the apple or just, you know, bite it. And if it's bad, just, you're gonna be alright. Legumes and canned goods, healthier than the stuff I used to eat when I was young. Weird, they keep cans of dog food. I haven't seen one anywhere. Yeah, they keep human food and I haven't seen humans anywhere either. Hey, we found the oil. Now we just need to figure out where that room was. Was there another thing up there to interact with up top? No, I think that's just light glinting. Glinting, yes, that's the word. A glint of light. A glimmer of hope. What was that noise? Better take a look before you go back out. To press your ear against the door, walk up to it. When you see the listen icon, press and hold right click. While you're listening, pay attention to the sounds that come from the other side. Oh, God.
I need to check out what that noise was.
Seems like the coast is clear. From now on, you can listen to what's happening on the other side of unexamined doors. Sometimes you might have the chance to do it with other doors as well. Pay attention to the icons when you're near one. Use your map to find your... There's a map! Oh my god. Maps are incredibly rare in horror games. Like, honestly. I can't even remember the last time I played a horror game with any kind of map at all. Holy crap, I can't even think of one. Like in the last couple years that we've played. Door is just a door, it's a portal to the other side. Use your map to find your way around. Records every single place you've explored so far. To open it, press M. The map will be constantly updated with relevant information. Don't forget to check it. That is pretty awesome, man. I like that.
There must be someone in the house.
Aren't you looking for someone in the house? All right. So can I interact with the map? Doesn't look like I'm able to click it. It's kind of interesting though. It has that little gear thing, so those are showing interactables, I'm guessing. Kind of like the and then we see locked doors with the key. All right. Where was the desk? Dining room, living room, library. All right, I think I remember. So can I listen to it? No. We gotta be careful. So every time I go up to the door now, it's either gonna have E or the listen thing, or both maybe. What room was this? Is this the bathroom? One of these is the bathroom, right? The other one was the bathroom. This is locked, I believe. Oh no, I could have listened. No. Crap. Oh, we haven't gone in here. This bicycle is pretty old. It must have belonged to Husher or his wife, Catherine. This is the garage. Nice ride. Wouldn't mind having one like that. Man, he's just like ogling everything in this house. Wouldn't mind having that. Wouldn't mind having that book. Wouldn't mind having one of these signs. I want one of them there apples. How does one acquire an apple? I wish I had apples. Boiler functioning, upper panels. Shut down, press the left button. Start, press the center button. Emptying, press the right button. Case of malfunction, printing correct boiler function. You perform an emergency shutdown by keeping the blue button pressed for 4 seconds. I'm sure I'll remember this.
Not gonna happen.
The water heater. There's not much I can do with no electricity in the house. All right. Oh.
Okay.
Old metal box. Rusty old metal box closed shut. Has fuses listed on it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We got it. Full of tools. Everything except flathead screwdrivers. I'm gonna start living my life this way. I wonder if anyone actually does things like this though. Is this like a thing that people do where they literally have a thought about every single object they see? Surely not, right? Is there a name for that disorder? Hey, we can listen. There's got to be at least a few people in the world that do that.
Nope.
Yeah, if there's no electricity, how is the cable near in the kitchen sparking? Like, where's the sparking coming from? Is that a separate thing? All right, so we gotta get our bearings here. Is this the bathroom? All right, so this is the bathroom next to the garage. All right, got it. Yeah, right. Compartmentalize things. If you already know something, then you don't really think about it. That's what I was thinking too. It's not like every time I see an apple somewhere, I'm thinking, that's an apple. I've eaten an apple before. I wonder what it'd be like to eat this apple. Is this apple good? I don't think about that every time I see an apple, you know? I just know, okay, there's an apple. Like, done. Is this a jump scare game? I believe this game does have jump scares, but I don't know. I'm super blind to it. I literally have only seen the trailer. That's all I know. But most horror games these days do have jump scares. My dear eccentric husband, I left your key in the top drawer of your bureau in the library. The children have been very nervous lately. We need to talk about this as soon as you get back, and I don't want them playing with it. Let's go, Nyla. I'll say that I don't think this game is known for its jump scares, unlike some of the ones that we've played. Like Layers of Fear, we're going to play on Sunday, and that game has a reputation of being very jump scare heavy. I haven't heard anything like that about this game. There might be some. But, yeah. We interacted with this. These are for... Yeah, we did. All right. Where's that desk? Over here. That... Oh, it's in the library. It's the library. This is the living room. Alright, so it's through this door over here. I gotta start checking doors. Let's see if we can listen to things. This game has, as far as the trailer and blurb of the game says, it has a lot of audio cues, so I gotta be careful of that. Alright, I'm trying. Cue. Alright, use the oil can. Worked like a charm.
Chicken strips!
Boy, that key just jumped right out at me. Who was that? Inspector? I'm gonna minimize the alerts so I don't accidentally see it out of the corner of my eye. I didn't see that one. Inspector, thank you for the 350. No jump scares. Beg to differ. Master key looks like an old key. It was in the jam drawer in the library. Early rewards, observation, exploration. Yeah, I'm actually liking this quite a bit so far. I feel like a detective. I'm up. Let's go, PJ. Time to just burn down the house. This is the master key. We don't know if it opens everything. There is a locked door in the dining room, so let's just go over there first to see if it...
Who could be calling? Hello? Who is this?
Thanks again, Inspector.
I can't understand a thing. What is this?
How's the dissertation going, by the way?
Chicken strips!
What in the hell?
Did you hear that little girl scream chicken strips?
Was that Husher's son?
Oh, I mean, little boy. Oh no, I've committed the sin that I hated when I was a child. When I was a child, I had to call somewhere. Fuyu, thank you for the donation. When I had to call somewhere when I was really little, like I would call like Toys R Us or something, and I'd be like, hey, do you guys have the Harvest Moon game for Super Nintendo in stock? And they would be, hold one moment, ma'am. And I'd be like, I'm not a ma'am. I'm a grown 9-year-old man. I'm sorry, little boy. I know how it feels. I'm sorry. Fui, thank you for the donation. It's going germ. Welcome in. All right, so this is locked. Let's see if the key works here.
Okay.
Good, let's go. Doors, how do they even work? There's an album of Vivaldi's symphonies on the record player. Husher and his timeless pleasures. Oh, there's where the door was. I don't want to interact with that quite yet. Hey, a screwdriver. It's the flathead screwdriver that was missing from the toolbox area. Convenient. Let's go and dip. Chicken's back. It's right. 13 days. We're on day 5 now. Yeah, well, that'll allow us to open the box that we have. We can combine stuff, right? So, the old radio, the rifle. I bet this is exactly what inspired Husher to write the chapter in City Under the Snow. Wow, Husher sure loves to hunt. That's quite the display. All right, let's try that. So inventory. Combine that with this. We did it. We got fuses. You need the chicken strip thing for an alarm. That would definitely get you up, huh? All right, this is where the door was. Julia. Saw another door yesterday. As I was walking by the dining room, I suddenly heard the music from Daddy's music box. When I went in, I saw the door. I went running to tell Mummy, but when we came back, it was gone. She scolded me for making things up. It's not fair. I was telling the truth. There was an old door here, different from the rest. It even had a key in the keyhole. If I see it again, I'll go inside and leave the door open. That way, Mummy will believe me. Saul. Saw the weird door Julia said. The one that wasn't there before. Mummy was very angry and kept yelling at Julia. The door is scary. I will hide the key in the dollhouse, and I will hide the $5 too, even if they get mad at me, and I will bring them out when Mummy and Julia forget about the door. One will be hungry, so her friend will make dinner for her. Another one will read while her mom takes a shower. The ugly one will watch the door so nobody comes in. Alright, so you're gonna find these dolls and the dollhouse. Hide one in the music box. Let's go on name welcome in. Alright, so one will be hungry. Her friend will make dinner for her, so one in the kitchen. Another one will read while her mom takes a shower. Okay. Library, maybe. There's books everywhere. One in the bathroom. The ugly one will watch the door so nobody comes in. Alright. I'm actually kind of liking this game already. I know it's very early on, but you get sort of a vibe from the games, and maybe it ends up... I mean, I felt the same way at the beginning of Greedfall, and that ended up being one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. But when I first started playing Greedfall, I was like, this game's pretty good. And then it got terrible. We'll see how this one plays out. But so far, I'm actually enjoying this. There's a whole bunch of papers and stuff all over the table. So, my wife and I, when we first were together, we played a lot of those, like, mystery search kind of games. This kind of reminds me of, like, a 3D version of that so far. Where you, like, you have to find the hidden objects in an area, and then you get them, and that allows you to open another area. And I think I'll enjoy it. Let's see him. Thank you, thank you. I said your thesis? Yeah. One sec.
Daniel? Is that you?
It's just the wind. Somebody's trying to get in. Make sure that door does not open. To gather your strength, repeatedly press E. Uh-oh, the alcoholic is looking better by the minute. Last night, you finished the first draft. Not done. Still work to do. It's nice to have a draft. Once you feel strong enough to push and block the door, press space. Waiting for maximum strength is effective, but risky. You decide when to push the door. Be extra careful no matter what happens. Make sure you keep it shut. Oh, that's some substantial wins. That would be much easier with a controller. Oh well. The door, being extra careful. Luckily you made it this time. You're safe for now, but don't let your guard down. Whatever that was, it could still be lurking in the shadows. Certain events will give you the chance to put your ear to the door in rooms you have already visited. Oh no. Just remember to be extra careful. It might save your life. I'm going to end up dying going through a door without listening. And then I'm also worried that this is setting me up for a jump, too. Like, eventually, I'm going to be listening to a door, and I'll be like, all right, there's no sound. And then it's going to jump open. I don't like that wind. Let's keep it on the other side of this door. Man, that alcoholic is sure looking good now.
What just happened? Am I going crazy?
He had maxed out his strength. Slam that door shut and then take a swig. Good to go. All right, let's listen. Yeah, let's just not go that way. There's no real reason to go that way. All right, there's another locked room in the kitchen. Let's go to the kitchen. Oh, we can listen to this one too. Yeah, see, nothing coming from in here. Sounds fine. Sounds like the wind is in there. I don't mess with the wind, you know. Wind is no joke. Okay, kitchen. Just leave. Why wouldn't you leave? Why do they never leave? I mean, that would... You know what? Someone needs to make a game like that, where there is an actual option to go to the front door and leave, and you get a credit screen. like, there needs to be something like that. Just so the option is there. You just leave. It's like... And he washed his hands of this. He never saw them again. He lived happily ever after, never knowing what happened to his friend. Okay, we can't listen to that one. Just set fire to the place and leave. Oh, he's noped on out of there. See ya. Alright, I don't think we have anything. I still don't know how that's sparking. Alright, so I think this was the locked door, or was it the... Alright, this is the locked door. Okay. It jump cuts to him talking to the therapist 10 years later. Yeah. And I just left, and to this day I don't know if I really saw those hands or not. I bought a milkshake on the way home. I lived happily ever after. I just never knew what happened. Turn off the game is the meta leave game ending. Cupboard is open. I'll keep that in mind just in case. Just in case what? I can't get through. There's too much junk in the way. Oh, that's sad. The birds died. Hey, wood. So there was a fireplace. We have wood. We have matches. I don't know if we're gonna need anything else for it, but poor birds. A seriously quick ending, kind of like that. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. Outer World is actually really good. Yeah. I really like it. I haven't played the DLCs for it yet. My wife was playing the DLC, and then she got distracted by cowboys. That sounds weird. She got distracted by Red Dead Redemption 2. So, oh, I didn't know your wife had a thing for cowboys. That explains the whole Cletus cowboy hat fetish. It's not a fetish. No, well, she got distracted by playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I don't think she's gone back to Outer Worlds since. All right. So there is another locked area. Where was the... it must have been in the living room. I heard her laugh downstairs. She's watching this downstairs. Got distracted by Red Dead as well. Okay. So take a right, and then the living room. I can't listen at the store. Have I seen the trailer for Choo Choo Charlie? No. What is that? Okay, I think this is the living room, right? Let's double check. Yeah. Okay, was this where the fireplace was? It's so dark. I need to get the electricity turned back on. There's the fireplace. All right. So a few matches is not enough to light this. We need some kind of fuel or kindling or a flamethrower. It's open world horror game, and the enemy is a spider-like choo-choo train. All right, so there is a locked door. I don't know if that's off from the garage or if that's under the stairway. Let's go find out. We're holding a never-ending lighter. Surely we can light it on fire. We need some tinder. My wife is always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Alright, let's see if the garage connects through. If not, it looks like we're going upstairs. Wait. Oh, this door. I'm not even sure we tried this door. Alright, I hear nothing. I have a key. Just use it. You have to make him use it. Chub nuts. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, chub nuts. Okay. Oh, okay. That's how locked doors work. All right. Well, okay then. There's a chicken behind the door. Oh no, I'm not sure I should have went down here first. Maybe we should have went upstairs. Uh-oh. These stupid camera angles, man. This is why it does this. I wouldn't let me listen to this one. Or no, I listened to this one. Hello? Dear Julia, if you found this note, congratulations. You're one step closer to solving the puzzle I prepared for you. I hope it keeps you entertained while I'm away. I've hidden your favorite doll in the safe and changed the combination. Since you aspire to becoming a detective when you grow up, I think this is a great chance to put your deduction skills to the test. The new combination is as follows. The number of our street address. Saul's age is 7. What was our street address? Was it 4? Saul's age is 7. The decade and year of the canvas hanging upstairs right next to the staircase was painted. Okay. I don't remember the house number. Saul is 7. We saw that on the thing that he drew. A drawing, it might be called. In some circles, it's known as drawing. I wasn't sure if you guys know what I was talking about. Spiders needed. Finally, time to shine. Good luck, my dear Inspector. Hugs and kisses from Daddy. Inspector, I am not saying that to you. I am literally reading the message. It is 4. I was correct. It's just the message, Inspector. But also, hugs and kisses from Daddy. Alright, so 4, 7, and we gotta find the painting upstairs. Some of these wine bottles cost a fortune. Painted in 1945 by Helmut Kaufman. Hey, this painting isn't that old. It's over 50 years old, man. So is he probably. Broken appliances, empty cans, nothing useful. Collection of apparently useless knickknacks. Well, you know what they say, one man's knickknacks isn't. No one says that. Never mind. It looks like there's an interaction spot. Oh, that's okay. That's in the previous area. Watch out! Rather not risk breaking one of these vases. Good thing it's daytime in your side of the world. It's always night in my office. I can't listen to this or anything. I must have emptied this wardrobe before bringing it down here. I think I'd fit inside it. I'm gonna start thinking about this stuff. Every time I see a table, I could probably fit under that table. Every time I see a cabinet, I wonder if I could squeeze in there. Hey, we have the fuses. Looks like a fuse box. Yikes, it's a bit of a mess. I have to change them all. Okay. What? I don't think I put them in right. You can blame me with that mess. All right, so how do we... Let's look at this. 30 amps, 50 amps, 25 amps. Okay. And then the yellow wires all connect to the fuse box. Green connect. Oh, okay, okay. It's kind of like the puzzle in the other game. So, blue, green, and red need to add up to... The problem is we don't know where that one's connecting, right? Like, okay, so the top left box has blue, green, and red. So we need to have those 3 add up to be... I'm guessing that one's 50, right? $20, $30, so 25, 40. So 25, 15, and 10. Those 3 equal 50. And it connects to the middle one, but we don't know, like, we can't see the track is blocked, so. Let's just go ahead and put those in. So 25, 15, and 10. We'll put that one. Wait, which one has only 2 into it? The other 2 both have 2 into it, I think. See, that one's red and green. Okay. One of them's only 25. Okay. Weird. That must be this one. So this one is 25 because that one only has red. All right. So 25 one is here. How's it going, Zar? Shuriken, welcome in. Ocarina, welcome in. Okay. And then 25. Which one had the 3? The top left had the 3. So 25. That one has blue and green. Okay, so this is going to be either top left or bottom right. Hire an electrician and let them. It's the devil hiding behind the doors. Okay. Let's see if this is correct. If not, then the bottom right one is incorrect. Yeah, alright. I'm pretty sure this one has to be right, though, right? That one only has red. It's the only one with only a single connector. That one's really weird. Like, the middle green one at top is connecting to the top middle and the top right. Yeah, the top left is single blue. I mean, they're all single in the middle, but which one of the top 3 only has 1 going into it? That green one is really throwing me off. A might be bottom right. Or bottom left. Playing Among Us? No, let's go Insigden. No, it's not right either. Yeah, the boxes at the top have to sum up to the numbers on the left. And we don't know the order of the left, which left matches the top. The one that's 50 has to be 3, right? And the only one that has 3 going into it is the top left. So, out of the 3, let's call the 3 not top left. Let's call them 1, 2, 3. It gets confusing. All right. The number 1 fuse box is the one that has to be 50 because it has 3 wires going into it. None of the others have 3. So that one has to be 50. So, top left, top right, and bottom right have to add up to 50, which is 25, 15, 10. 25, 15, 10, which means the 20 has to be bottom left, right? Green connects to all of them. Green connects to all 3. Does that mean the bottom can't be 20 then? Because that connects to the middle. 20 plus. Because that would equal 35. $25 has to be top left. Yeah. Yeah, 25 has to be top left because it's the only one that goes that's in the sum for the 3. Yeah, okay. So I think that one is correct. All right. So what else? So 25 is done. That was done. All right. Now let's think about so either top right or bottom right has to be 15 or 10. So these 2 are the, which means 20 is the bottom left. Okay. Middle is just 2. The only one of these together, if I could equal that, is the 10, right? $20. Okay, and that would equal 30. I think that's right. Yeah, I think the bottom right has to be 10. All right, let's see if that's correct. All right, that was it. Now we need to turn the generator thing back on. That was kind of an interesting puzzle, actually. I kind of like that. The only downside to it was you couldn't see where the yellow was connecting, so. Yeah, that was kind of weird about green. It was hard to tell if it was, like, a false one, like it was just snaking by them but not connecting on the right side, but that's pretty cool. We did it. GG. That contact somewhere. Okay. So there's 2 other places that we found with power related things. There's the wire in the kitchen on the water. And then where was that other, like the box or whatever? Or not box, the switch. Yeah, you just had to, yeah, assume it was like in order, the yellow ones, yeah, because that was the only information that you didn't really have, right? Look at your fuse box, but it's post 1900s. All right. Just need to go upstairs too. Yeah, maybe we have to find some kind of like electrical tape or maybe some way to dry the water first or something. All right. So we need to go upstairs. We know that much. There's going to be a painting up there that we need to get a number from, and then it's going to be 47 and then whatever that painting decade is. Oh, this is the garage, right? Did we miss anything in the garage that could help us with all right, that's the boiler thing. Wait, did you guys see a boiler room in the basement? Oh, there we go. Change floor. I didn't notice a boiler in the basement. You can't listen every time. It'll just, I don't know what. So some of them are obviously false, right? But like this door, you see it?
What the hell?
I'm trying to give them an example. Don't jump scare me during this. This door, now it has the listen mark on it. All right. They don't always have it on it. You lost it on that one? All right, let's go get that painting. Wait, is there something there? No, it's just something glowing. A masculine stream. Ah! All right, there's a painting. Can I interact with that, please? Looks like someone took down a picture. An old painting, someone took it down. The label on the back says it's from February 1634. It said which decade, right? So I'm guessing 3 must be it, the 3rd decade of that. So the code must be 473. 473. Outlast. Oh, I played Outlast in these already. Let's go on Truth. Tina George, welcome in. Yeah, we played Outlast, Whistleblower, and Outlast 2 already. Just say decade and year? Okay, 3-4. So 4734. Everything looks so quiet out there. This game is actually pretty fun so far. I'm liking it. This gate, we can leave. Tree bones.
No.
I hate that you have to tell him to use the key. It's like, that's a locked door. I don't know what to do. Use the key that's in your pocket. No, right. Key.
It's totally... Shit.
What kind of ship is that? A caravel? Maybe I should go deal with that door, you think? There's an open book. Looks like Russian, so I don't understand a thing. Must be the switch for lights in the bedroom. If only the power would come back. Gosh. I don't think I'm gonna go in there. I think we'll wait till the power's back. Hate when your TV does that. Yeah, it really sucks when your TV comes on randomly and the ring girl is on there. Okay. Black and white photo. An image of Catherine, Husher's wife, with her children, Julia and Saul. Do not look at this photo. Maybe you should have put the warning somewhere else. That's fine. Trying to watch TV, but a shadow monster keeps through the door on the other side. Alright. Oh. Wait, did we keep that? It's just gone. The Golden Bonfire by Sebastian P. Husher. His first novel I read. Couldn't put the thing down. Yes, in this one they're actually rotating the item and not breaking our wrist. Major improvement over Man and Medan. I don't hear anything. You go away, little boy. I will throw you out a friggin' window. A bunch of unopened toiletries. This must be the guest. They will never know who did it. I will claim that I found you that way. Hey, we found a rag. Oh. All right. So we might be able to get the water cleaned up in the kitchen. Hopefully we haven't come up out of the sea too quickly. Yeah. A bunch of unopened toiletries. Must be the guest bathroom. How's this game so far? What's the story? I like this game a lot so far. I mean, we're very early on, but so far this has been my favorite one this year. What is it about? We're still pretty early on. So in the prologue, basically, you have...
There has to be someone there.
You get this note. It's 1998. You're alerted that someone's gone missing. This writer's gone missing. You're going to his house to see what's going on. Why isn't responding to anyone? There's a door. You go through the door. It disappears, and the guy gets locked inside. And now the next person is coming to see what happened to that person. That's like the very, very TLDW.
Nope.
That one's jammed, all right. This game could be your favorite, but Brad still has to be your favorite character. What the heck is that black thing? Every time I try to explain the game, jump scares happen, I know. I stop explaining it. Those photographs and figures must be souvenirs. That little boy ran by here. Nope. Hang on. Oh, I didn't expect that would open.
Not gonna happen.
Floodlight until I get some power to it. All right. So we got a lot of things to do once we get power.
Okay.
All right. We'll take the grill tongs.
Nope.
How does he know he's gonna need those? Like, out of all the things that he sees in the house, he just randomly decides to take some tongs. Like, he was talking about like, oh man, I would love to have this book. Holy crap. Look, it's even signed by the author. God, I'd like to take this book. And he leaves it there, and then he goes upstairs like, ooh, tongs. I'm gonna put those in my pocket. Happy anniversary. Now he can steal the book without leaving fingerprints. Hey, what if I connected the battery to that floodlight? Yeah, we don't have any wiring or anything yet. Some crates of fruit and a bag of something resembling soil. Resembling soil? Those plants actually look pretty healthy. I don't know, man. I love my tongs. Connoisseur of tongs. Alright, now we'll go this way, I suppose. Remote control, your standard garage door remote control. The buttons seem a bit worn down. All right, nice. I love that armchair. Quality black. Put it in your pocket. I already have the key from the drawer, yeah. We already got that. If I were in danger, I could probably hide under that table. Yeah, we already did that part. Yeah, no worries. Nice landscape, although I wouldn't mind a bit more color. Painted in 1905. Oh, wait. Which painting was the one we were supposed to... Was that not the one we were supposed to get the information from? The one that we got outside? Where have I seen these masks before? The documentary about South African tribes? Probably. Your classic index box for contact information. I've got one in my office, but the wood is not as nice as this one. My god, next thing you know, we'll see a Rolodex. Shelf is full of encyclopedias. I guess Husher must use them to do his research. Color wasn't invented until 1905. Everyone lived in black and white before then. Come on. Reference books and manuals. Versing on any subject you can think of. Any subject? What about hentai? If I were in danger, I could probably... Oh, yeah, right. What's a color? There's something broken in the keyhole. I like that it actually made a... it was like, no. It actually can't grab them with this. It wasn't just like, I can't use that here. All right. So we need to go back to the kitchen. There's another room up here too. We need to go back to the kitchen, see if we can dry that water. We also need to go open that chest in the basement. Dear Sebastian, I wanted to tell you firsthand that I will be taking some much-needed time off, which means that the store will be closed as of tomorrow. I wanted you to hear it from me rather than read it on a sign on our door. My daughter is currently traveling, and I must confess, I can't keep up with our everyday demands on my own, especially since I haven't been able to sleep well lately. As soon as she's back, we will be open for business again. Rest assured, you will be the first to know. I hope to feel better soon, or by then. Please give my warmest regards to your family. Sincerely, Isaac Fubar. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. It's not how it's written, but... Written August 10th, 1998. It was sent by the owner of an antique shop. Did they sell him an antique music box? I know, yeah. I know there was no U. But I just wanted to say Fubar. Any excuse to say Fubar. Thank you, though. Nothing interesting around here except for that old record player. Let's take the old records off the shelf. We could sit and listen to them by ourselves. Scaffold goes here. Elevation plan of the Husher Mansion. An elevation of the mansion with some notes on it. Effect scaffolding, paint exterior, repair leaks, fix loose tile, check old pipes. Okay. Any excuse to irritate an irritable linguist. Right.
No.
Can't open. I know, I'm waiting for that too.
Mrs. Husher? I need to get in there. No.
Huh. So that door that we couldn't get out or into out in the hallway probably leads to the other side. Uh-oh. Quick, use the tongs. All right, to the kitchen and then to the basement. Man, I don't know if I should be running. It's funny, during that Man and Medan thing, all I wanted to do was run, and the running speed was so slow. And now I'm like, I don't know if I should be doing this. Maybe we're moving too fast. All right, kitchen. All right, can we use the rag? That's nice and dry. All right, now we need to go to the basement and see if we can turn the power on. Yeah, boy. Yeah, this game is the best one so far this year, yeah. Absolutely. Who knows if it'll continue to be so, but right now I'm liking it. Let's go, George, welcome in. I wonder how different it is depending on the characters. So for anyone that didn't see, we got to pick who we're playing as. There was like 4 or 5 different characters, and they had different stats, different special attributes. And we picked this guy. I picked this guy because he was well-rounded, and also his special ability was that he keeps notes on things. So if we forget something, especially between days of playing, hopefully it records that. So we picked the one that... Oh no, I forgot to listen!
No.
Okay. We've picked the one that makes us, allows us to be more lazy. Oh, this is the garage, right. Can we use the garage door opener? I don't think so. All right. Power. All right, to the basement. There was the alcoholic, yeah. His special ability was he drinks. Okay. So where was the door down? Oh, it was this one, right? Yeah. It's coming right for me. All right, let's try this first. Okay, it was 4. No, not check. 4, 7, 3, 4. Is that right? I think it was 4, 7, 3, 4.
Not gonna happen.
All right, what was the other painting? 05? So 4705 was, there was a second painting too.
No.
The number of our street address, Saul's age, Saul was 7. The decade and year the canvas hanging upstairs right next to the staircase was painted. So maybe that's not the one that was right next to the staircase. So it's probably wood. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, wood. I'm worried to keep me from watching, but take your bits. Thank you. Hugs and kisses, daddy. You got it. Yeah. So I don't know that we found the missing painting. Right? The missing painting was like an oval. I don't think we found that painting. So let's just get the power turned on. Because the two that we found were rectangular. I'm pretty sure the missing one was like an oval shape. I think you would. Nice.
Excellent. This should make things easier.
So now that allows us to go into the bedroom up there as well, I think. Also, the garage door should now open, right? Game's pretty spooky. Yeah, this one's good so far. I like this one. So far, it's mainly atmospheric, which I prefer. So now we can do the garage and, yeah, the bedroom, the upstairs bedroom, I think. Those are the two that I know of. Yeah, it's really good. Like, compare this to something like Moons of Madness. This is like 100 times better than Moons of Madness was. Now we can just leave through the garage. GG. Alright, garage. First day of streaming this game? Yep. Yeah, we just started about an hour ago. This one's gonna take probably about 3 days from what I gather. What are you doing? No. The only downside to it is the controls. Yeah, that's it. It's got those tank controls going still. Yikes, water's falling directly on the door mechanism. Yikes. See, the water heater is on and the pipes have seen better days. Hang on, the instructions were, was it here? Multifunction, shut down, press the left button, start, press the center button. Wood to hear the 5 gift subs. Hey, Wood. Zothan, Vibin, D, G, Ribzel, Third Ender. Thanks, Wood. I appreciate you. Kinda. A little bit. Just wipe it off with your hand. Nothing bad will happen. I think you would. Much love to Wood for the support. Case malfunction, printing correct boiler function. You can perform an emergency shutdown by keeping the blue button pressed for 4 seconds. So, alright. Shutdown is left, empty right. 4-second blue button. Do we want to empty first? Okay, 4 seconds. Easy. I'm basically I was gonna say a plumber, but that's not quite what I meant. I'm basically Mario. Well, now you can get on the motorcycle and just drive out of here. You said you always wanted one. Battery clamps. Household pair of standard battery clamps. So we can probably use that for the floodlight upstairs, I imagine. Probably. So, honest, Derek. Might as well welcome in. Yeah, I think you're getting wood. Gotta dump all my support and get back to work. We'll be back on the 18th. The more love. Wood, thank you, man. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for the bits. 1,150 bits. Thank you, Wood. Raider, 23 months. Why, that's... Someone mentioned when I was saying this before that there's only ever 3 links of subscribers. There's... Wow, I can't believe you've only been here that amount of time. It feels longer. And then there's also the almost 1 full year. And then there's the since the beginning of time. Thank you, Tuck. So Raiders is since the beginning of time. Thank you for the 23 months. Should I try to get the folder? Yes. What? Haiku folder 2. A piece of a collectible. Blue folder. There are several sheets of paper. I thought we were going to have to use the tongs. I was like, yes. Haiku folder 2. Okay, so we need to combine that with the other haiku folders that we have not found. Car has leather upholstery and all the luxury accessories. Husher wouldn't take anything less. That definitely looks like a luxury vehicle. Absolutely. We must click the tongs 3 times. Yeah, that was it. Do you want to die? Yes or no? I don't need to dig right now. What do you mean right now? Albert loves it when we barbecue in the backyard. What? Multiple barbecues? Is there anything else in this area before we go try that door? Nope. But maybe later I'll need to dig. Alright, so we have battery cables for upstairs floodlight. And we also have power turned on for upstairs bedroom now. Those are the 2 things that we know so far could have changed based on what we've done. Alright. Everything. Yeah, I wanted to make sure. We've already used the key all the times we could use it, apparently. We used it like 5 times or 4 times or something. It's done. So we need a new key for the side door. It was the 90s. One couldn't barbecue on a single grill. That makes sense. The goal is not to escape the house. The goal is to find out what happened to the guy that came here before us and never... So the original goal was to find out why the author was not replying to us. We're like his company, whatever. And so anyway, we were trying to find out why he wasn't responding and what's going on with him. And then we sent someone and then that person never reported back and just went missing. So now we're here trying to figure out why that guy went missing. Like what's going on. So we're currently looking for the people that went missing. All right, so I guess we want to go back upstairs. Both of the things that I think we can newly access are upstairs. Just like me before Twitch. That's right. We're also looking for an oval painting. I think it was oval. We're going to check once we're back up here. That's so much creepier than stuff like in the other game that just literally jumps out at you when you open a locker. I'm sure that was the wind, and I have no need to go down and check that door. You know, just leave that alone. Yeah, that painting was an oval. So that's what we're looking for. All right. So we want to go out to the balcony. Did we check this? Yeah. Atmospheric horror definitely, yeah, it's so much better. And then when they eventually do a jump scare, which I'm guessing there's going to be one, then it's all the more intense. We already looked at that, right? Yeah. Something terrible is drawing near. You need to hide before it's too late. Look around you and find a place where you can go undetected. Once you've interacted with a hiding spot, it will appear on the map with the following symbol. Time is short. To run, hold shift. Uh-oh.
Quick, I gotta get into the wardrobe.
Stupid controls. Speaking of jump scares. The darkness. You managed to hide from the darkness. The worst is yet to come. Try to keep level-headed. Calm down. Follow the rhythm of your heartbeat by pressing space. When the white border reaches the center of the circle, don't let your heart beat too fast or you'll start to panic. Above all else, don't look at it. Don't look at it. What are you doing? How do you know you come out?
Bloody hell. What in the world is happening inside this house?
Leave. Leave. Just leave. Why? Why do they never just leave? I can literally... It's not like we're trapped in it this time either. We were just outside. We can go outside at any time. Screw my colleague. You know what? I never liked that guy very much anyway. Alright, there's the dollhouse. What's going on with these children? Another drawing by Saul. A drawing done by Husher's Childs. Saul, 7. You can never trust anyone with the name Saul. We know that. Those drawings. What has the poor kid seen? Well, I mean, did he have a bed? I think I'd go crazy without a bed also. I don't think I've ever seen toys like these. Saul, buddy, where's your bed? Did you find out what happened to Phil's dead? Yeah, whatever their name. What about Husher, the author Husher? What happened to him? Dead, presumably. I don't know. You go find out. I'm gonna find another client. I like the wallpaper. I don't think I've ever seen toys like this. Huh, interesting. I haven't seen a Monster Hunter movie yet. I know Lunar said it was terrible. Let's go north. Not to you, North. Not today. Many fall, but not to you. Not to this one. Not today. Alright, okay. Alright. Okay. What? Why? Oh, does the light get rid of this stuff? I think so. Aha! Crap. Nice. Alan Wake style. Alright, nice. Yeah, pretty low standards movies, so you enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, some movies are just fun movies. Like, they're not great. There are plot holes. Well, they're just like popcorn flicks, and they're fun to watch. It's like the newest Godzilla movie got crapped on. I liked it. You know what? I don't go into a Godzilla movie thinking, I want something of substance. I want something that makes me think and makes me change my outlook on existence. I want it to make me have feelings. No! I want to see giant monsters that are fighting each other in cool ways. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to see. But there were people that were like talking about how the story didn't make any sense and stuff. All right, sure, probably not. Who cares? Exactly. Thank you. It was. I liked it. I liked it. I didn't like the part with 11. I don't even know her name from Stranger Things. Like that was the worst part of the movie. And if that wasn't in there, it would have been a better movie for sure. But you know what? I could watch King Kong and Godzilla fight for like a 10-hour movie. That would be all right. An action movie with giant monsters has a bad plot? No. Yeah, I like the first Resident Evil one too. I never saw the other ones. As we peer deeper into the atmospheric horror of this game, jump scares building, the distance pluck of strings in the background, we all have the same question. What about the tongs? That's odd. The picture's in the black and white, but it's Husher with his wife and kids. Must be at most a few years old. There was 11 in the new... Yeah, what's that actress's name? Anyway, her part in the movie was completely pointless, really. And every time I went to it, I was like, really? A small gold key hanging from a circle keychain. I wonder if this is to the... Let's see what that says. Masha's key. Service key. Alright, so that's probably that side entrance to the garage. There's a number of things where you thought this had some cool production design. I wish the plot had just a bit more substance. Really predictable, cheesy, and boring. No, I mean, that's the truth. But these people that are going in and like crapping on the movie because... I mean, something can be a bad movie and still be entertaining. I mean, there's a whole genre built around it. The B and worse horror movies, you know? Like, there's a whole genre for it. If you go into like a B horror movie expecting some kind of amazing thing also, as far as like substance, you're probably going to be disappointed.
What's going on? What is this?
Wait. Get in it!
What is all of this?
Hide from the darkness. What? Looks like albums kids listen to these days. Yep.
Thank God.
Quick, use the tongs.
I think it's over
No,
now.
okay, we're good. All right, let's read what it was saying. This wardrobe is big and looks empty. I could probably fit inside it if needed to. Apparently, we didn't need to. Girl is obviously a gifted athlete. I haven't seen Rampage. It was a good action monster movie. People crapped on it also. You skip the parts of the girl. Yeah, it was a much better movie. I mean, people did that with the other Godzilla movies too, like King of the Monsters, the newer King of the Monsters, not the classic one. That was a lot of fun too. That had two of the like coolest monster like fight kaiju type scenes I've ever seen in a movie. I really like King of the Monsters, and it got crapped on too. It's like this movie has no substance. It's just monsters fighting. It's like that's what I want. I don't need a monster movie with like the plot of Good Will Hunting in the background. Like, all right, if I want to watch something like that, I'll watch it. Just show me Godzilla fighting. Like, Julian Saul's recording, a voice recording of Husher's children. The label on the cassette reads JNS, September 14th, 98. All right.
Mommy's really scared. I'm scared too. She's broken all the mirrors in the house. And that song, I hear it everywhere. I wish we had never listened to it. Something is watching us.
Yeah, I never saw the Rampage movie, but I loved the game when I was a kid, the arcade game. Rampage was a lot of fun. A game where literally all you do is climb around buildings and eat people. That's it. This bed hasn't been used for a while. It's probably Julia's. So how come Julia has a bed and Saul's room had no bed? Maybe that was just a playroom? I don't know. Super glue. A tube of super glue. Nice. Gotta be careful. We'll get our tongs stuck together. Godzilla fighting doesn't make sense. He can barely move. King Kong at least has had a brawl. Super glue, nice. I think this kid was huffing super glue. Can you huff super glue? I'm not sure. Do we interact with that back there? Poster of Alice in Wonderland.
Things are getting very dark in here.
Rampage. I thought I was done. The Warcraft books, yeah, I read a lot of those. I haven't read any of the more recent ones, but and the Warcraft books for me just depended on the author. Yeah.
Is it over?
I think some of the authors did a really good job, some of them not so much. It was very dependent on the author for me, which ones were good. Impending misfortune, 40 months. Well, that's just the beginning of time. Another month, another missed opportunity to not renew your sub. But you love it here, Miss Fortune. You can't stop a streak after 40 months, man. You got to sub here for the rest of your life now. It's a pretty cool sequence, yeah. The game tried to trick me for sure. You think we can use the... I don't know if we can use the super glue to get the key stuck now. The wardrobe. Wisdom can you bestow upon me? Man, that stinks. Something's really clogging up the pipes in there. Oh, can we use the tongs? Yes! Snip, snip. Hey, we found one of the dolls. Dirty old rag doll. The poor thing is all patched up. No wonder the kids were screwed up. Guys, don't give your kids things like this. Happy birthday, darling. Here's your doll. This looks like something from a Tool video. Honestly.
No.
What a stench. Alright, there's a broken mirror from the mama. Guys, I'm taking a star off. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm taking a star off on this game. So far for me, it was like a 9 out of 10. I'm taking one off because he didn't click the tongs 3 times before using it on the toilet. That's not realistic. You know, I can get over the darkness and all the hands and whatnot and him making random comments that you wouldn't do in real life, but not clicking the tongs before using them completely broke my immersion. What the heck is that huge thing doing there? Yeah, it's the same thing about you. Crap. Should I still go in there? Your beloved lady with legit OCD doesn't click tongs for using them. Man, I don't know if I should go in there or not. I hear the squishy business, but I also hear crying. Man, we might die. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I should have gone in there. No! He's gone, man. I heard crying, so I thought I was gonna check the crying. I heard the squishy business too. I even mentioned it. All right, it's time to become. He's dead. He's gone. It's time to become the alcoholic. All right, let's go. Do we have to find all this stuff again? I gotta be more careful. I even knew that I wasn't supposed to go through that room, but I didn't think it would permanently kill the guy. I thought we'd have to run and hide. Yeah, he's gone. Whoops. Should have stabbed her with those tongs. Click, click, click. Stab. Just come one at a time. Sadly, you just lost one of your characters. When this happens, the victim is no longer part of the story. If you lose a character, every item in their inventory will drop to the ground. The location of these items will appear on your map with the following icons. As long as you still have playable characters, your progress in the game will be saved. Be careful. If you lose them all, you'll have to restart the episode. No, I got the black guy killed first. Oh, no. I fulfilled the horror movie stereotype. It wasn't... No, he wasn't wearing a red shirt. No, we're not even a police agency. We're like the publisher or something, yeah. It's like we just keep sending one at a time. Don't worry, he brought a candle. It's fine.
Why is the door open?
Alright, let's go get those items. He's got some snug fitting jeans around the butt there. Adam, why are you looking at this old alcoholic's tiny? Sometimes you just notice things. That must be my alarm to take a drink. Man, I can't believe I got him killed. I knew I shouldn't go in there, but I thought we were going to be able to run and hide. That's what I thought. I was like, all right, if something comes at this door, I'll just run over to that room, the little girl's room, and I'll hide in that wardrobe. It'll be fine. Where was this? Okay. You missed how the other guy died? So basically we went outside of Saul's room and I heard like the squishy tentacle sound and crying. And I was like, we shouldn't go in there because I know I shouldn't. I hear the squishiness, but someone's crying, so I'm gonna check it anyway. And I checked it, and the mother, I assume, and Saul were staying in the room, and they turned and they killed the black guy, Etienne. Etienne? Is that his name? Yeah, that guy. They killed our character, and then someone like.
Good heavens!
And then on the screen it said Etienne didn't make it. This is where they died. What if you just single file everyone in here to die? This is the room. I heard this and I was like, all right, the squishy sound, you're supposed to avoid that. But there's crying. I'm gonna check it. Oh man, that's a good point. The heartbeat minigame might be really hard on this guy because he has really low serenity. All right, so we need to go to, or we can turn the light on to go into the bedroom. Yeah, so that was the playroom over there. Maybe it's safe this time. Maybe we should check it again, yeah. Good idea. Prince randomly appear on a wall and disappear right after I'm leaving. It's definitely safe now. Where was that? I think it was down the right side. We're still looking for that oval painting as well, so we gotta keep an eye out on that. What does he say about this stuff? Same thing. Nope. No. Nope. Nope. Crying is a nope. Wait, but it's crying this time, but not without the there's no squishy sound. I don't know what to do. See ya. Don't cry in this house. How's she in 2 rooms at the same time? Where's that light switch up here? Is it this? That goes out to the balcony. Let's try this way. Let's go to Lena. Welcome in. I would probably fit under that table. It's good to know. More reference books. This is the one with the broken key. I don't think we have anything for that yet. Ah, okay. Bottom half of a key with glue. Bottom half of a broken key. I put glue on the chipped in. There we go. Thank God I managed to open the door. Unlock the door. He's Russian, yep. I believe so. Oh, wait. Where was that Russian thing we couldn't read because we weren't Russian? I don't remember where that was. They made the Russian the alcoholic, and the black guy died first.
Dear God,
Metal
what is
hook.
happening? I do not understand anything.
Do you know what that black stuff is, or no? We don't. Dear Sebastian, everything's falling apart. I don't know what's happening to my telephone, but I can't seem to reach you, which is why I'm writing this. As I do, I pray that it is not too late. Sebastian, do not listen to the music box. I repeat, do not listen to that music box. Something is wrong with that melody. I hear it over and over in my head, while I walk, while I read, while I eat or sleep, even in my dreams. They're getting worse and worse. I feel observed, Sebastian. At least it only happens in my dreams. But lately, I also feel it while I'm awake. Although I find it increasingly hard to tell the difference these days. There's something here with me. A strange presence. In the halls, behind each door I turn my back to. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm so sorry, my dear friend. I curse the day I sent you that box. Isaac Thurber. Sorry, I can't hide. I'm looking at lore. Old papers belonging to Mr. Sebastian. They should be in the rubbish bin. Is that gonna happen to him more than the other ones? I don't know. I think I remember which door to go to now, though. Can't believe I got that guy killed. Are we working on the worst ending again? Yeah, I need to keep an eye on the random papers, because I don't remember exactly where the Russian ones were. You can't believe I got him killed? So, you said that you think they were in the main hall? We're definitely in a hallway of some sort. I think this bottom right door is the one that had the light switch. Oh, what was that item that we got exactly? A metal hook, an expandable metal hook. I don't think we've found wherever this goes yet. We challenge everyone killed except for one character. We're also playing on the hardest difficulty. Well, the hardest difficulty you can get without beating the game first. Apparently beating the game unlocks an even harder difficulty. Why did I choose the hardest difficulty? I can't really answer that. One of the novels that Masha brought from the country. All right, here's that door. This is who I am, I guess. For your entertainment, I'm the man in the chicken suit. All right, there we go. These suitcases are mine and my wife's. I do not understand. Masha began to pack her bags, but never finished. Masha's recording.
I am starting to worry. A few days ago, Mrs. Catherine started sleeping in Saul's room with the children. She's been avoiding me lately. Is she ashamed or something? Alexander and I have lived in this house for 16 years, with her and Mr. Sebastian. We've seen their children grow since they were babies. I don't understand this sudden change in attitude.
We're the caretakers,
I saw
yeah.
her playing and reading with the children in the living room last night. They looked exhausted. I could hear it in their voices.
Each of the characters have a different connection to this family in the house and a different reason of why they're here looking for them. So this guy's wife is the live-in caretaker. Is the main connection. Not a soul around. Usher shows this area exactly because of peace and quiet. Let's go and tell it. Welcome in. All right, second doll. I think there was 5 overall. Ragdoll with flower in his hair. Okay. Records belonging to Mrs. Catherine. They give them to her at work. What are they doing here? All right, so the other item that we got, aside from that hook that we haven't used yet, is the service entry key. I think that was outside the garage, the door that's to. Crappy caretaker. Judged by the state of the house. Hey, that's my Russian wife you're talking about. Have you know she does her best. Also, she's probably gotten kidnapped by something evil. Hurting bad today, hi Tolan. Sorry, hi Tolan. Oh man, I just remembered when we were on that guy. Oh no. I can do it at the end of stream. I'm not gonna interrupt it to do it. I appreciate it, Hytella, but I'm not gonna interrupt this game to do it. But we can do it at the end of the stream. Just don't let me forget at the end if you would. If you're around or whatever. This will be. I'm going to end the stream today around 4 Eastern. Man, that's the door. Be the end of the stream. Yeah. That's the door that we saw the ghostly thing go through when we were on the other guy. He didn't see it. Alright, so we need to go to the garage. Friggin' Christ. That's so much creepier than those other games that just throw it in your face, right? Along the bees. Just try to remind you. Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully that goes well. Sorry you're hurting me. Your neck, I'm assuming, neck and back. Oh, the freaking controls. Just go down the stairs. Alright, let's see if this key works over here. Neck. There we go. Okay, I don't hear anything weird. Don't hear anything weird there. Alexander, I wish you never had to find this note. I left the house, or at least I tried. I pray that this is not the last time you hear from me. I haven't seen Mrs. Catherine or the children in days. Sometimes I hear them crying upstairs, but I never find them. They always seem to be in the room next door, even if such room doesn't exist. There's something horrendous here with us. Something I can't describe. I barely dare to leave our room anymore. I have to go before it's too late. I love you, Masha. Does anything happen to the item? He dropped the item, so we were able to go pick them up. So luckily you don't have to refine them. You just have to go pick them up wherever the person got snaptured. Masha. On iron clothes all over, and the plants look half dead. Doll number 3. 3 of 5 altogether, I think it was. Masha in her youth, I cannot understand how a woman like that ended up with a brute like me. Don't sell yourself short, you're also an alcoholic. Masha's old sewing machine, it was a gift from her mother, who brought it from Russia. Yeah, there's one in the safe, yeah. That's just a hiding spot, I think. Our closet is empty. Anything else over there? I think so. Drop 2 key fours, Dungeons 3? Oh yeah, I know those games, yeah. You play the Evil Overlord? I haven't played one of those in a long time. I mean, we found a note from the little girl talking about all the dolls that she had. And how they all need to be in the dollhouse to do something. Dirty, moldy towels in our bathroom. This is not normal for Masha. Hey, there's a mirror that's not broken. It said Catherine broke all the mirrors in the house. Apparently she missed at least 2. That's the second one we've seen that's not broken. Huh. Okay. We didn't get any item from here. I mean, aside from the doll. I think the purpose of being here was the doll. Who would sleep with that painting behind their bed? Holy crap. Is that just the letter down there? No. Ephesians 6:11. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Masha underlined this passage several times. Okay, so there's 2 rooms that we haven't been able to go in, specifically because of the crying. Have we ran into anything that we would use the hook on? I don't think so. Write down our chores for each day. Okay. Just to find out the love of our lives dead. She's dead. Nah. Sleeping pills. When she worries about something, she always ends up taking them. Pictures of my wedding with Masha. What memories? Okay, 2 different doors. Let's try this one first. At least we didn't stab her. We didn't stab her yet. There's still time. Clean and dry sheets, but dusty. They were never taken off the line. Okay. Bottle of stain remover is empty. There is not much bleach left. Nothing has been put back here. Universal solvents. A can of universal thinner. Okay. don't think we've ran into somebody to use that on yet. Basin in the laundry room is full of filthy black water. Let's go in, Jer. Welcome in. I have to put my hand in there to remove the clog. Should I? Where's the tongs? You should have kept the tongs. I don't want to get him killed. Where's the guy? I mean, we could permanently kill him. You have to shower. Don't get the alcoholic killed while you're gone. Well, you might want to stay for this bathtub scene then. Yeah, that was a coincidence. I rolled up my sleeves. If I'm gonna be putting my arms in these water, I'm gonna roll up my sleeves. Oh. That's a basin, yeah. Wash basin. I'm not taking any more chances. Curiosity killed the cat. All right, I knew both times that I shouldn't do those things. And I was like, I gotta figure out what this does. I'm gonna kill everyone. Oh God, we might end up having to restart this episode if I don't stop this. The power of alcoholism did not save us. I mean, I'm just doing that challenge where we only want one person left alive at the end. Yeah, that's it. Well, I think we're down to 2 people already, so... Oh, she has no idea what's in store for her. It's totally jammed. Probably hasn't been open for years. Can we just group up and go in together? No. That's silly. Go in as a team? Is there 4 or 5 total? I can't remember.
The door was open. Is there anybody home?
Well, I guess we won't be reading any of that Russian, will we? I can't remember if there was initially 4 people or 5. There was the, like, mechanic woman, this woman, the Etienne guy, and the alcoholic. Was there a 5th one? Can't remember. Alright, we gotta go get the items back. The stairs screw up the controls, like, it's so weird. If you barely touch the stairs, they go back up them. Carbon is up. Seems as if the battery went out. The man in black will be here soon to save us. I don't think the man in black in this game is out to save us. Man, I knew I shouldn't have. It's gonna be short. It's gonna be a really long game, is what it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to redo this entire play part. There's the items, all right.
Huh.
Wait. Can I look in it now? Is it safe? This thing is filled with dirty water splashes. So it's literally just there to kill that. Kill us if we look. Huh. Curious. Bottles cleaning products, alright. Yeah, I did check it. That's all she said. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can double check before we get any further, but I think that's all that it was doing. Yep, dirty water splashes. Just crawl into the basin. It's the worst that could happen.
Yes.
Turn the power on. The power is on, yeah. That's why it's not quite as dark. So why is she still holding a candle? We've been in here already. Alright, so we got 3 items out of that. We got solvent. We got this, which I believe it said we can use as a key. Single metal hook. And we got another doll. Can of universal thinner. Alright. She's holding the candle because it smells good. Okay, so where do we need to go? Should we see if Saul's room is still making that noise? There's something in the playroom still. So... living room. We still have the fireplace we need to turn on, get lit. Fan. Okay. About why they're all still carrying candles. The power's back on. Makes them feel safe. Smell like cupcakes. Scented candle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe we can use the thinner as a accelerant to get the fire going. We'll try it. Is this where the fireplace is? No. She says, I don't understand how we could use that. We can't use the matches. That's not enough. Can we combine it and make a Molotov? No, no Molotovs for us. I actually do have a scented candle. You guys are joking about it. Wait, what did it say? Take a good look. There are signs of breakage here. Alright. Is there no light switch in here? The Russian could have made Molotovs. String Magazine, you should subscribe to some of these, sorry. Alright. Wilted plants, the time happens. Okay. We've already interacted with these. So where are the other playroom? There's a puzzle in the playroom upstairs. There's also a locked door up there. So maybe we can use this makeshift key thing. I'm pretty sure it's something about it being a key earlier. Up there. Let's go upstairs, I suppose. This is fun. Can't believe I had this guy's killed. I really don't trust that door. We've seen something.
Please just stop.
It's just the wind.
What was that? An earthquake?
She agrees with chat. It was an earthquake. Okay. So we'll check the playroom and then we'll check that that backlocked room. Was this the Russian thing? No. I don't know why I keep thinking that. Did we check this bathroom? I feel like I didn't check this one. No, this has the broken mirror. All right. Okay, both mirrors are broken. Oh, that's a good point. It was Masha's. Yeah. Okay. Mark, thank you for the gift sub to Zed. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Morg. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we did read the Russian thing, but the Russian guy didn't actually say it was Russian because he could just read it. Made food and I killed the alcoholic. I did. And I knew it was going to happen. I mean, I didn't know, but I had to know. I had to figure out if it was... I don't even mind childhood memories or all these toys. Alright, we have 3 dolls so far. Yeah, I get the rest. Heard that and looked at the screen really quick to see how I was getting her killed. I knew I shouldn't reach in there though. I need to really start being more careful. Because those were like, that one was like pretty obvious even, and I was like, I gotta know. I really thought we were gonna be able to hide, but I was wrong. Which door is this one? Chat and mod wife were both telling me to do it. That's right. Paint brushes, acrylic paints, poorly sealed bottles. Whatever was inside has stained all the shelves. From 1883 and 1790, having such fine pieces strewn about the floor is quite rich, I suppose. So none of those are the oval one. Marks on the floor must be related to that trap door somehow. Oh, what a terrible idea.
Done. Although I'm not sure if I should be relieved, to be honest.
He did hide. He's hiding for the rest of his life. No, I can hear the crying up here. Oh no, that's why got me killed not last time, the first time. Christ. Hey, it's the oval painting. Who would have this? Horrific. I remember this painting, The Power of Words by Mary Roger. The date, the date indicated is 14th July 98. 98. So it's was it 4798? 4798. 4798. 4798. Yeah. The reflection. It is a replica, though, quite convincing. The original dated back 1745. Unknown artist. Heck on, man. Stop your crying. There's some scaffolding outside. I could reach it by climbing out on these windows. Oh no. No, I don't know. I'm afraid of heights. Should I go out the window? God. I want to do it. But I'm afraid she's gonna die. I want to do it so badly. Is that gonna kill me over there? Oh my god. I'm gonna get everyone killed. There is no like saving. It's a permadeath kind of thing. My curiosity is gonna kill everyone. No. An old cot. Daniel and I hadn't ended up. Things perhaps. Little girl, you have to tell me if you're gonna kill me. It's the law. It's like if you ask a cop if they're a cop. That's not true either, Adam. It's true. Man, but yeah. Old Easel, so from the Husher household, paint as a hobby. I can see that your feet are all screwed up. They got the black stuff on them. Oh God. You know, pineapple. I'm ruining everyone's life as normal, yeah.
Chicken strips!
Friggin' Inspector. Thanks, Inspector. Let's do it!
Hey, Julia? Are you okay?
She's fine. It's just like a head cold or something.
What is this?
Crying friend, a parting gift, but only if they're themselves. Haiku folder 1. Okay.
What? Where did she go?
I'm familiar with this painting. It's your art with a macabre dark background. It's from 1811. Silly, perhaps. We lived!
Huh.
Oh God, don't kill her. Come on, I gotta... There's scaffolding, right? It's gotta be safe. No! Lady, come on! Chat! Stop it! Leave me alone! I'm never doing anything, none of this again. Oh my God, we're on the last person. Alright. Why did she say there was scaffolding when there wasn't? She looked out the window and she's like, there appears to be scaffolding here. No. Why was she so dumb? She looks out. Oh, that's pretty high. I'm gonna go slide down it. We're on the last friggin' person. I wonder if all the windows would do that. Like maybe the next one actually had the scaffolding. All right, last person. Here we go. We saw a blueprint or something that had the scaffolding drawn on it, so...
The door was open. Were they waiting for me?
Waiting earlier. We gotta go up there and get our items upstairs, so... Where did we see the blueprint that showed where the scaffolding was? Alright, to the attic. She has a flashlight. She's the chosen one. So one of the deaths can be explained at least. Yeah, she fell out a window. Fell. She literally just slid on her butt right out of it. There's 3 windows. We found something that tells which one has scaffolding, and I don't remember which one. I mean, is that scaffolding right there? I don't want to get a game over. Can we access our notes or something? Yeah, there it is. It looks like it's our far right one, yep. I think. Scaffold goes here. She could have just used her eyes. Man, I really don't want to kill the last person. I don't want to have to redo all of it. Okay, it's definitely not the 2 on the left. All right.
Huh?
I know, but you just never know. That's what I was saying. It looks like it.
I hope no one at the company finds out about this.
Never finish their work. It's killing everyone off. A little bit. The sky is so beautiful outside of the city. I bet they can even see the stars. Can I walk over there? No. Also, there's a dead lady on the ground below you.
Are you there?
Old souvenirs and notepads. The senors of this house must travel a lot.
Pero, where did the family go?
Please come back. We can't leave the house. Where are the senors of the house? This bed was made so long ago. There's crap all over the floor, too. I could hide under this table. There's a mirror that's not broken. Hey, another doll. All right. Glass is all foggy, like in my bathroom when I take a hot shower. I want to look at all those albums, but right when I try, I hear the voice of my sister saying, Lena, don't be, chismosa? Anyway, those are private things. So where are we exactly? Okay. Catherine was terribly inconsistent about all this mirror breaking nonsense. How goes the slow murdering of the entire cast? Not as slow as you would think. Yeah. Sebastian, I received the box again. I can't even stand to look at it, but still, I hear its music. After returning it to me, has anything changed? Do you feel better? If so, maybe I should do the same, don't you think? I should try to find the previous owner, if that's even possible. Have you discovered anything? Please, do tell me. I can't sleep or stay awake. I feel a presence. There's something here with me. We've only killed 75% of the crew. Only 75%. So... I don't know why I didn't play. I saw the overconfidence thing. That's weird. I'll do the granny one, yeah. Grass Wing has summoned Granny. You know... Hi, Max. Thank you for the 350 stupid bits. What I was saying, if Granny was in this house, I know what she would do. Granny would look in the mirror and she would tell herself...
You guys can just come on in the back.
Thank you, IMAX. Then go through. Stupid Alfred Hitchcock. Mel, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you for using that here. Thank you, Mel. Very much appreciated. Much love to Mel. What's up? Yeah, nothing to see here. It's fine. Where's the host, Granny? Okay. So we got one more doll. Now we can go down and get the doll from the basement.
Oh, that's so sad. Poor little thing.
You're a little late on that. Long time lurker, finally set up Twitch Prime. Had to subscribe to be able to. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you for using it here. I appreciate it. You've lurked long enough to probably hear me say it counts the same as a tier 1 sub. And it really does. Thank you. How's it going today? It's going pretty well. I really like this game. I've gotten a lot of people killed, and we might end up having to start the game over. But you know, aside from that, it's going smoothly. Where is the strong guy? He died 2 people ago. He got sucked down a sink. All right, to the basement. What happened to the guy at the beginning you were playing as? He died. So the first guy I played as opened a door and the mom and Saul were in there and they killed him. The second person was trying to unclog a basin and the black tentacle thingies came out, the inky stuff, and killed him. The third woman just decided to yeet herself out of the 3rd story window. That's it. Now we're on the last person. Through no fault of my own. That goes to the garage. Okay. We want to go in the basement. So you like the game so much that you want to play it again already? I do like the game, yeah. I really didn't think the window was going to kill her. I thought the scaffolding was going to reach the whole way. The last death was pretty BS, yeah. Alright, so it was 4-3. Four, 3. Go to 3. What was it? 9-8? What was that painting in? 4-3-9-8? Was that right? 9-8, I think.
Nope.
What was the last 2 numbers? Or why did I put 3? 7. The age of Saul is 7. I don't know why I put 3. There we go. Saul was 7. Found a little doll in the box. Okay. Is that all the dolls? Let's look at our information. we did all that. All right, one will be hungry, so our friend will make dinner for her. Another one will be, will read while her mom takes a shower. The ugly one will watch the door so nobody comes in. So there's either 4 or 5, depending on if the mom is actually one of the dolls, which I'm not sure. We have 5, yeah, all right. All right, so now you need to go up, back up to the playroom. We've got all the dolls. I think the creepy one is the ugly one. Amnesia, so far, you're kind of liking it. I liked Amnesia. I didn't like Machine for Pigs. Machine for Pigs was terrible, but Amnesia Dark Descent was good. But Machine for Pigs was completely different. It was, I think the reason why I hated it so much was because it was so much worse than the first one, because it was done by a different developer. You like Machine for Pigs? It's so different. Like, it's so weird going from Amnesia to that one, because in the first Amnesia, you can pick up everything. You can interact with everything. You can move everything. In Machine for Pigs, you can't do that to anything. You can only interact with things that are pertinent for the quest, and so it's much easier to figure out the riddles and stuff. I mean, I'm glad you're liking it, but for me, it was just such a contrast from Dark Descent that I just couldn't get into it. It was just so different. Like, it looked like they were went backwards, you know? Alright. Playroom was second. Ugh. Yeah, for me it was just that it was so much different than Amnesia. The first one was really good, and that one was so much like it. They regressed, right? Okay, so let's look at this. One will be hungry, so her friend will make her dinner. So one in the kitchen, one in the dining, one reading, one in the bathroom, and the ugly one watches the door. There's a third one that came out last year. Yeah, I haven't played that one. Okay. So one is reading. One is showering. I don't know if there's specific ones. One is hungry. One is making food. And one is, the ugly one is watching the door. How is the story overall? I didn't really care for the story of Machine for Pigs either, honestly, but. Your bad luck for this, you gotta take your girlfriend to the gun range. She doesn't. Remember, you're outside, so. Watch the door. Is it, so is each doll a specific one? Hang on, let's look at them. Green, black, red, blue, orange. They are colored. The colors, was there anything on the note that would correspond with the colors? I don't think so. I will hide the key in the dollhouse, and I will hide the 5 dolls too. Even if they get mad at me, bring them out when Mummy and Julia forget about the door. The rooms have colors. One will be hungry, so her friend. All right, so I think the only one I'm not really sure about is the door one. The rooms have colors. Which one would be the mom? Or is it color-coded? It doesn't look blue to me. We'll try it. Reading a book. Watching the ugly one watches the door. Where's the door?
Nope.
Maybe place them in the order of the notes. Let's see. Dining, kitchen, reading, shower door. Dining, kitchen, reading, shower door. Dining, kitchen, reading, shower door. I think the door is the bedroom? Does it watch the bathroom door?
Nope.
Nope.
Mierda.
Here's the evil door. I'm gonna try the. Whoops, crap. Go back. I'm gonna try the order again. Well, I guess that's already screwed up. You can swap them out, so the dolls have to be in the right one. Let's restart. Is the one with glasses the mom? Little Big Planet took a dark turn. But already did. Alrighty, Ashton, thank you for hanging out. Is this one bigger than the other ones? Hang on, let me look at them in our inventory. It's much easier to see them in there. Ragdoll with glasses and 2 hair buttons. That's the mom. Alright, so that's the shower one for sure. Alright. Ragdoll with flower in her hair. Okay. Ragdoll wearing a hat. Ragdoll with a short ponytail. Which one did it say that about the school? Oh, it reads it after you hit the button. My bad. I didn't even notice that because I looked over at chat when it went to the second one. Because at first it doesn't show them. I bet this little doll is good at school. All right, so that one probably goes in the reading room. Yeah, I just happened to be looking over at chat every time when it would finally show the second line. It was bad coincidence. Red doll flower in her hair. What a beautiful doll with her little mouth open. She is looking so dirty. Good idea to get ready for a shower. So blue one with a shower cap goes into the shower. Mouth open might be the hungry one, yeah.
Huh?
Reminds me of a little Cheeto with that nose. Okay. So mouth open here. Kitchen. And then what does it say about the ugly one out of curiosity? Very old ragdoll. The poor thing is all patched up. It's all horrible and torn up all over the place. I just don't have experience playing with dolls. What's going, Kin? Okay, there it is. Door open and there's a key inside. Old key, a heavy metal key. It was hidden in the dollhouse. All right. Even though this house is old key, it doesn't fit here. Okay. All right. Now that I know there's a second line all of these, let's check some other stuff here. First one, item passive. I don't know what's wrong with this thing, but it sometimes gets some strange electrical interference. Let's see. The matchbox. There are a few matches left in the box still. There's a lot of solvent left. Okay, so a key that doesn't belong to a part of the house. Could it be the gate outside? I think the gate was stuck, not locked, right? Wonder, use the radio near a spooky door. See if it tunes to the dead. We still have the fireplace to figure out. Where else? I don't see any more locks. Key's not going to help us with the line of fireplace. Alright. Yeah, like an old box or maybe the actual music box. What if the door is back now? Maybe there's an extra door now. What room was that in? Let's get her killed. That's what we need to do. It's next to the dining room. Doy! Can we get this up to Woozy? Thank you, Doy. Much appreciated. Thanks, Doy. There's the dining room. Okay. Speed running to the ending.
Ah! Oh, Santa Tierra.
Crap. Look! Oh my god, what? Am I gonna get her killed going over there? Should I leave? I know that's where the door is, though. Oh my god, interact with it? Oh, I don't want to redo it all. She's our last one. Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Baby Saber just appeared in the Husher Mansion. Aid us, save us, we are doomed. What a nice high-end table, yeah. Stay friggin' right there, alright? How's it going, Aspen? Welcome in. We can't go in there. That is game over. That is literally restart everything. Alright, we can't go in there. Oh man, this one also, I think, maybe. It won't let me listen. That's the living room. Beautiful tea set.
Ah! Pucha, that damn door.
Alright, I don't hear anything coming from in here.
Another one? It seems there are several of them.
Go to the living room. It's illegal to kill me there because of the name of the room. It's literally living room. Aid us, save us, we are doomed, bound and slave to its desire. Fridge is full of little notes, family chores. Oh, man. Okay, so we went to the dining room. We went to the kitchen. We need to go to the bathroom. And the library. The library we couldn't go into because it was occupied, we'll say. So we need to go to the bathroom. Which bathroom? Downstairs one, I guess? Wait, which room is this? Oh, right. This is the room that... with the birds. Yeah, this is the bird room. Okay. The bathroom in the dollhouse was second floor, right? So I think we need to... Yeah, I think we need to go back upstairs. We found 2 downstairs. Now we need the 2 upstairs. Does this connect through? I can't remember. No, this is where we found... Okay, I know where this is. Second floor in the dollhouse, yeah. So let's go up there. There was one in the kitchen, yeah. That's where we just found this one. So we got the kitchen one. Dining one. We need to go upstairs bedroom or bathroom. I think. All right. Which door was the upstairs bed or bathroom? What was this room? I know that we've gone in it, but I keep skipping it. I don't remember which room this was. Okay. This is the TV jump room. Got it. That's where we turned on this. And cleared that out. Okay. Could not remember what room that was. Why do I hear crying? Is that coming from this door? I don't hear any squishy business. I hear it no matter where I am, though. I think it's coming from the left. This is the... There's another bathroom. Alright, so there's one of them. Was there a bathroom connected to the master bedroom as well? There's the study as well. Let's try that for the one. I don't like this. Yeah, there's the one in the study. What is that thing? Help us make it, pull us through. All right, it's just the other bathroom. Yeah, I think it's got to be the one attached to the master bedroom. Full of Fuller's boxes. All right. That's the only other bathroom I can remember. You just stay there, all right? Master bedroom was down at the end of this hallway and to the right, which we saw a ghost run down here early in the game. I do not like that stupid camera angle. I can't listen to this one? There's where the bird was. All right, the water closet. There it is. Toss the dark one in the fire. Oh no. I think we found the accelerant for the living room fireplace. It's the ugly doll. Was there crying in this one? I don't remember. It's one of the ones. Which door was this? Oh, okay. That was... yeah. That was that balcony we came in. Yeah, the wood's already in the fireplace, but we didn't have an accelerant for it. So we tried to light the wood with matches, and it said that we didn't have anything to get it started. And then we tried to use the paint thinner as an accelerant, and it said nope. Stupid camera angle, man. It's like they did it to make the game creepy. Okay. There's the fireplace. Where's the creepy doll? Transenia, they talk about many people in arrows. Is that a hot and cold game? Marco.
Huh?
A piano here. I bet it makes some nice music. Better not waste time with the piano.
Careful with the door. Don't let it open.
Which door? Which door? Yeah, we're here to save people. Setting on. I mean,
Stay close, por favor.
I'm on board with setting on fire either way, just to be clear. But yeah, we're trying to save people that have went missing. It was pretty close, yeah. And this is our last character. So is the radio just letting us know that something was getting close. I think that must have been it. We've already saved 3 from this horror. All right, so we need to go to the room. I was watching the door, which is next to the dining room. Which door is this one? Okay, this is the one we want to go in. Silent Hill feelings. That'll kill us. We can't go in there. Is that the one we need to go in? Yeah, I think the radio is warning us of the paranormal, yep. Maybe it's the door making the noise, but if we're wrong, we just lose. We have to do everything again. Is that like our only option though? Like... There was a doll in the kitchen, which is on the bottom right. And then there was one in the dining room. And then there was the one to the left of that. It was the bottom left room that was watching the door, right? And then in the second story, there was the bathroom and the study, which we did those 2. Oh, man. See if we can actually grab the small doll from the dollhouse. I mean, I guess we might as well check before we use all of our cards. Where were the dolls? Yeah. Let's check the dollhouse just to see if there's something to it. Well, we might have to actually go in that door.
Now you did it, Lena. You went totally loca.
Oh, it's just the wind. It's just the wind. It shows that there's still a puzzle in the playroom. This playroom, right? No. It's the middle door, yeah. Okay, nothing in there. Yes, we can take it. Okay. Now let's go back to the living room. I think that was literally them trying to trick us into losing a character. That door is probably accessible now. But we're gonna burn this one so it can't spawn. Is it wrong? You hold your breath when you listen to the door? No, I do the same thing. I try to get really still and quiet. Oh, I didn't lose the character. This is the living room, correct? Yeah. Toss in the fire! The silly door! No. I don't need to throw that in the fireplace? What? Now we can use the thinner there. I kind of don't like that. We have tried using that here before. It didn't work. But now suddenly we can do it because we have the thing that we need to burn. I wish we could have started the fire before that. That's a little crummy. Destroy it.
I'm relieved now after burning that horrible thing.
Have all the pieces, or you read the note. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I'm not sure which one did it. So do I. Cast into the fire. My dolls all burn up. There's nothing left of her. Nice. All right. All right. Let's see if we can access that now. Oh, it flipped me around. Is this the one? Yeah. All right. More, thank you for the bits. Imagine they allowed you to start the fire early and then you get the doll. The fire's already gone out. What a twist. No, I'm sure that we burn the doll and nothing spooky is going to happen. Wait, is that one gone? That one's gone now. And now this room is accessible. And the door has spawned. The door.
Pero, where did that door come from?
So much junk. Yeah, so much junk. Whole room stinks like tobacco. I understand hunting for food, but this is too much.
Nope.
Chub Nuts, thank you for the 200 bits. There's a predator behind this door. It's the door to Kingdom Hearts. I don't think it is.
What the hell?
Why don't we want to listen to the evil music box? Is it because it plays Coldplay? It does, yeah. It's just Scientist on repeat.
Huh? Where am I? What did I get myself into this time?
Why would you go down, though? Just leave. Literally, you can go out the front door. It's not even locked. We can just go out the front door. Whoa, I like that song. Rarely. Where have I gone now? We can't read that? There's a T-Rex through this door. Man, Predator and T-Rex have teamed up. Whoa. Thank you, Morg. That's all she thinks is, where am I? There's a guy hanging here from his neck, and she's like, where am I? It'd be worse if it was Nickelback. Here's the thing about Nickelback, right? Everyone in the world seems to say that they hate Nickelback and it's one of the worst things, and they despise listening to it. But there was like 4 or 5 years when it was like the most listened to thing on like radio and internet and like, you know, iTunes and stuff. It was like always at the top of the most listened thing. So either there's like some great conspiracy going on there and they were paying massive amount of money to be ranked as top everywhere, or just a lot of people were lying about actually disliking Nickelback. Like one of the, it's one of those things where it was cool to hate the band, yeah. Everyone hates the Macarena? Who hates the Macarena? Yep. Macarena is amazing. Smash, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, Smash. I'm gonna try this door. Thank you. Hey, Macarena. Whoop.
Ay, Dios mío.
Who is it? Who was that?
Help! I need help!
Which one was that?
They finally found me. I was feverish, dehydrated, and terrified.
That's the first guy.
Alive. I don't remember much about the ride to the hospital, but I did mumble a few questions.
That's the prologue guy, yeah.
Box. I had heard it. The endless, grim song it played wouldn't stop hammering in my brain. I would even swear I'd seen it there on the table, on the other side of the mirror? No, impossible. There was no box.
Daniel.
It was just a hallucination, a mirage. I needed to rest, that was all. Just rest.
But it was still like on the top of the charts, even when people were crapping on it. There's an article about it. It all spawned from someone's like article. Anyway, the Nickelback phenomenon. There's actually like papers written on it. It's kind of interesting. Like it's so weird what there's information on the internet about, but. That's an interesting read. I'll have to see if I can find it. I mean, I really don't care. Listen to whatever you want. Oh my god, we beat the first episode. We didn't have to start over. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom and then we're gonna start chapter 2. I can't believe we didn't have to start over. Thank goodness. That was about as close. I wonder how it's gonna work. Do we get all the characters back for episode 2? Is it gonna be new characters? That was close. We only killed 75% of people. Nice. Nice. You know what? I'm going to split the recording here as well. Since this one is episodic and it shows you the episodes, I think that's a good thing to do. We can do that for the YouTubes. Seems like a good idea. All right, let me go ahead and stop the recording, and I'll start again for episode 2 after I use the restroom. My wife just jump scared me. All right, I'll be right back. Clean hands, empty bladder. Hal, thank you for the 100 bits. Very much appreciated. Was that Etienne? No, it was Etienne. It was the Daniel guy, the first one. Alright. Alright. Just one person, hopefully not. Eat lunch. No, I'm going to do that right now. Thank you. I'll do that so I don't have to do it on the recording. This is a good game so far, though. I really enjoyed this one so far. This is the best this year so far. Do I wash the chicken suit daily? It depends on the day. Some days not, some days yes. But I have a shirt under it, so it's not like it's just on bare skin. This one's a lot of fun, yeah. This is the best one this year so far, for sure. My wife and I were just talking, and she felt the same way I did about the guy dying in the tub thing in the basin. It was one of those, it's like so obvious that you don't think they're going to go with it. It's like in the movies when the person has to reach their hand down the garbage disposal on the sink and you're like, oh God, it's going to turn on and it's going to chop up their hand. But that never happens because it's too obvious. And then something else happens. What if that's why the developers did it? They're like reverse psychology or something. You think Soma was the best? I don't know. Soma for me was kind of just okay. I know some people, it's like, I literally read reviews where people said the game changed their life. But maybe it's because I've already experienced a very similar stories to Soma anyway. So it was just kind of It was all right. To each their own as always. Soma was just okay for me. Yeah, I really like this one. Very interactive, yeah. It's also not how garbage disposals work, yeah. That's also true. When to eat lunch? What happened? We beat the first chapter. I'm gonna eat my lunch, which is just protein bar, and we'll start on chapter 2. What's been your favorite horror game? This year, this one is so far. My favorite horror game out of these 4 years of playing this, probably Alien Isolation and Observer. Those are probably my 2 top ones. I did like Outlast, but for a very different reason. Outlast and Outlast 2 were those games where it was like, I absolutely hated playing through it, but I liked, after I was done with it, I was happy that I had done so. Alien Isolation was just incredible. It was there was some parts of Alien Isolation that were a little drawn out, but overall Alien Isolation probably one of, if not the best. Observer is on YouTube, yeah. I think exclamation Observer actually brings up the playlist. Unfortunately, the Alien Isolation VOD is gone. I don't have access to it anymore. It's just gone. But Observer is on there. Observer was really good. No chicken balls, not today. Yeah, I'm not sure if we get new characters or what. Alien Isolation is still... Alien Isolation is like the only game for me where you're being pursued by an entity that actually does it really well. Like even compared to like Outlast and things or Amnesia or whatever. Hawk Dog, hello. No VODs, I need to replay it. It's not the same feel though, you know? You actually defend yourself, yeah. It wasn't very effective. Most of the time it just made the alien run away, but... Yeah, I'll finish this and we'll do episode 2. That was good though. I like that. I'm surprised we didn't lose. Yeah, like, if you use fire on it, it would go back up into the events. So anyone that hasn't played Alien Isolation or doesn't know how the AI works, you should look up how the AI works, but it's really interesting. The game has 2 different AIs. And I looked this up after I was done playing it. I played it blindly. But it has 2 different AI systems. It has the God AI, and it has the alien. And this overviewing God AI gives the alien hints. It doesn't tell it where you are. It doesn't tell it exactly how to get to you, but it gives it hints. It only gives it some information. So the AI might be like, they're over in that wing over there somewhere. And you know what? Lately they've been liking hiding under things, just under some stuff. And they're in that general area. And the alien's like, got it. And then it goes over there and it tries to figure it out. It's really cool. We should get another game of that nature. Is it, do they own the rights of that AI process? Because you can actually have that happen. What is it? Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, the Nemesis system, that company owns the rights to that system, and that's why you don't see it in other games, even though it's an amazing concept. How many episodes the game has? No, it's okay. Does it seem like I'm going to be able to do it in 3 streams, Inspector? That's all I'll ask. Since you like Skynet. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War are very good games. You think they built the AI just for aliens? So they probably own it. That's probably why I haven't seen it more. At the current rate, 3 streams seems fine. Thank you. They both torture GPU. Yeah, Alien Isolation, really, really good. I don't ever see anyone talk about Observer. All right, Observer is just a good game, good story, and it doesn't really have jump scares. It's an actual horror game that's done in a really good, like, atmospheric story horror. It's really good. Play Observer if you haven't. There's a remake of it, actually, with better graphics. Came out a couple years ago, and they're working on a second one. Observer's really good. Don't kill all my people that time. That's the best horror type. Yeah. I don't mind jump scares, but it's the cheap jump scares that everything does these days. It's kind of annoying. Like, even in movies. A good example, Alien. Alien has jump scares, but they're done in a good way. Like, if you watch something like Alien and you take that jump scare scene, and then you watch some like newer horror and you take their jump scare scene, it's completely different. New ones are just this physical reaction. Like, usually it's a lot of it's sound based. It's just like super friggin' louder than all the other is. But Creep and Creep 2, haven't seen those. Alien baby screaming from a man's chest. Kill them all for the lulz, see what happens. Get the bad ending. I'm almost done. Thank you guys for sticking around. This community, this mukbang stream. Getting hot up here. Hey, mod wife lady, are you there? Can you make sure the air is at a good temperature, if you would? Hopefully the fan's on down there. Mukbang. But yeah, this game's good so far. We missed something. Thank you. We didn't end up... Wait. There was an item we didn't end up using. Don't become a mukbang streamer? Oh, no. No. Don't worry. What am I eating? It's a protein bar, but it's the best one I've ever found. I've tried a lot of them. And not only this type, but this brand plus this type. I actually don't like a lot of the other ones from this brand, but it's this one. Quest Peanut Butter Brownie Smash. Sponsored? No, not a sponsor. Almost done. Code Monkey. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Code Monkey. I haven't tried Built Bars. How are they? I really don't like the taste of whey. Whey protein, if it has any flavor of whey. In fact, when I do like, when I'm lifting weights and I do the protein drinks, I've started using the plant-based protein drinks just because I hate the taste of whey. Sponsored by Quest. Try pea protein. I don't mind it as much. Isn't that crazy? I can tell you exactly why I don't like whey protein. Do the opposite. Plant protein makes you crave whey. Here's why I don't like it. I can 100%. I know why. When I was a kid, I had a best friend named Kyle. You know what? I've had like several best friends named Kyle over the years. Anyway, there was this friend I had named Kyle when I was a kid, and his family owned a farm. And what they did is they raised calves to sell. So they would buy hundreds of calves, and then they would raise them up until they were weaned, and then they would sell them. That's what they did for a living. Hundreds of them. I would go stay at his house sometimes, but the deal always was I had to help them feed the calves in the morning. And so I would go stay at his house, and then I would get up at like 4 a.m. after playing video games with my friend until like 1 or 2 a.m. or sometimes not sleeping. I would get up, and they would make these giant bottles, like giant baby bottles pretty much, for all the calves. And it had that whey protein smell, and it was everywhere. And it was a powder, and it got all over you and all over your clothes and smell. And you had to feed all these slobbering calves, and it took hours and hours of just smelling this hot, like, whey mixture. And I don't know. It just ended up making me sick doing it. And then now when I taste that whey protein, that memory immediately comes into my head. It connects to that, and I'm like, I'm drinking out of one of those calf bottles. I mean, that's not really what I think, but I think that's what links the smell to it. The smell really bothered me when I was a kid after doing all that. And so, am I going to play? No. I'm done playing. Time for therapy. We're going to play games. This is a mukbang stream. Come on. Overcome your protein trauma. No, I'm good with protein. It's just that the whey protein in liquid, I just don't like the taste. Do you ever think that, like, that will make it less likely for someone to want to do the thing you want them to do? Like I say, I'm going to finish my lunch before we start chapter 2. I'm eating my lunch, and then you say, hey, why don't you play the game? Nope, sorry, I'm just going to eat the rest of the stream now. Almost done, though. Probably watch you live. It's like grape soda. Didn't know. No worries. It's just one of those things. Yeah, it's just one of those like mental things. It's like when a kid, you know, no, I'm not gonna do it. All right. Chapter 2. You need to wean your subconscious of whey protein milk. I just don't like it. Derek, are you trying to use reverse psychology? Hey, keep eating that whole stream. Don't you play a game. No, I haven't seen that. Sam, I haven't even heard of it. All right. Now we're good for chapter 2. Let me start the recording, and then we'll begin. Recording has begun. We managed to get through episode 1 with only killing 75% of people. 3 out of 4 dead. I thought we might have to start over. We did not. So now on to episode 2. Eerily quiet. I'm really curious how this is going to work with the first people. If they're going to be in it or not. I went on vacation to a cabin in the woods in Ohio. Sunday cabin smelled exactly like your friend's house growing up. Good memory. Knew the exact smell from 30 years ago. Maybe the smell of crawl space. Common smell to you. It's an interesting thing. So there's science behind it that where like your long-term memory is in your brain is really close to where your sense of smell is, your olfactory, and all that stuff is like really close together. So smell really ties memories. Yeah. Or ties to memories. It's an interesting thing. I get things like that all the time as well. Yeah, I haven't read the changes yet, Sam. Yeah. For Path, yeah. I need to do that. I didn't realize they were out. Alright, here we go.
Where am I?
Okay, same way the first one ended.
Well, well. It appears as though the Prince of Slumber will be granting us an audience. How are you feeling, Your Highness?
My head. I had a dream.
That's true.
I'm okay.
No one watches these on YouTube. It's
Thanks
alright.
for coming, Lydia.
Mr. Neuer,
Wait
my
a
name
second.
is Alina,
Who?
and I found you inside the Husher's house. I'm glad to see you're better.
Who did he say?
I think I remember you. Thank you so much, Alina.
Hey, so it's Alina that's here. Interesting.
Don't mention it. Listen, Mr. Neuer, I found some notes and recordings from the Husher family. If you're looking for the Hushers, you might need them.
Oh. Thank you once again. I'm sure they'll be helpful. The truth is, I was thinking of leaving as soon as possible to...
Daniel, the doctor said you need complete rest. Complete.
I'm fine. Really. I found this. Apparently, Husher received a music box from an acquaintance of his, a certain Mr. Faber.
Faber.
It seems as though he was researching the music box when he vanished. And from what Faber says, the music box may be related to everything that has happened.
I'm not sure we should stick our nose into this business after everything that's occurred.
We need to find Husher. I
got a box
saw
card.
the box that Faber describes in this letter, but it wasn't really there. It was as if it were on the other side of... Oh. I think we should pay a visit to this Faber and ask him about the music box.
That's why she broke the
Husher.
mirrors, I suppose.
He has a shop in the city, not far from here.
Daniel, please.
I'm fine, really. I think going to a shop and asking the owner a few questions falls within the range of what we can do, don't you?
Complete rest, like, is in death. I'm glad we're going somewhere else. I was wondering about that. I was like, are we just going to be replaying the house in different capacities? Maybe we'll get back to the house. But a whole new set of people. Nice. Uh-oh, we only get 3 tries this time? All right, let's read these ones. Renee. He has a flashlight. Renee was born to be a cop, and he'll die one too. Born in the Caribbean, he grew disillusioned with the police department in his hometown and set sail for Europe, where he thought his integrity and sense of duty would serve him better. But the grass wasn't as green as it seemed. Tired of moving around, Renee decided to settle down and do what he could to help his new fellow citizens. He has a weapon. Holstered and secured as per state regulations. I hope I never have to use it. So very strong, very fast, not very stealthy. Serenity is actually a pretty high stat for him as well. New people to play us. Flashlight. Daniel is a publicist, an ex-entrepreneur whose failed business venture led him to become an alcoholic. Drinking cost him his health, his marriage to Sophie, and even his home. Daniel, who has been sober for some time now, has finally managed to secure a stable job and slowly rebuild his life. He is right down the middle with everything. Badge of perseverance. I had to lose it all to find myself. I don't want that to happen again, Daniel. And Erica Faber. A lighter. Erica manages the Faber & Sons antique shop along with her father, Isaac. If he's the art expert, she's the managing brains. She's always on top of every slightest detail of the business. Her adventurous spirit takes her all over the world in the search of new items to adorn the shop's windows. Incredibly active, Erica has many hobbies and lets her imagination run wild at every chance she gets. So she's really fast and has a lot of serenity. Favorite music, ready to listen to on the go, helps me focus. All right. Well, I'm going to play as Daniel. I hope I don't get Daniel killed. She has really high serenity. Yeah, and she's really fast. Not very strong, though, so she's going to have a lot of hard time shutting those hands in the doors and stuff. All right, the power of alcohol once again. Let's go. Probably just jinxed yourself. Daniel's so dead now. Daniel's story must continue. If you lose him, you'll have to restart the episode. Let's not start with Daniel. I changed my mind. Let's start with a gun. How about that? Immediately, nope. Daniel is the main character. Pew pew. All right. So we know the music box did make it back here due to the notes that we found, or at least it seems it made it back here. I'm full of confidence, but also let's not pick Daniel. How many more deaths are we allowed? 3. It's Blood Moon. Yeah, 3 deaths till game over. A list of items that can be found in the shop. It's quite well stocked. I hope whatever is under that flower pot is not the key to the shop. Would be a majorly unadvisable to leave it there. Well, why don't you check? It can't be that hard to move the pot. The restaurant looks like it's closed, though the lights are on inside. Maybe they're the ones who reported the bizarre noises coming from the shop. Sorry, we're closed. only I had the enforcer with me. What? Our solution to everything can't be just shoot it? This is the beginning of chapter 2. Yep. Just started. Not leaving here without completing an in-depth investigation of that call. Someone might be in harm's way or in imminent danger. It literally was the key. Key and great. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yeah, the graphics are pretty nice. So the graphics of this game are good without being so incredible that it's hard to run the game. I'm really enjoying this overall so far. Can you shoot death? An umbrella stand filled with dry umbrellas, so they haven't been used today. Could someone still be inside the shop? Yep. Can't wait to collect more character scream noises. Chapter 2, eerily quiet.
Everything seems to be in order and quiet.
Everything
Better check things out in here.
We got a hanger. You can actually bend this wire. It's just like the ones they used to break into cars. Ghost hanger. Nice ship. Should cross the Atlantic in one of those instead of class giant tin can. I don't think you wish you were in one of these old sailing ships, honestly. Items on display for sale. Nothing out of the ordinary. God. Telescope. Unfortunately, I know more perverts that use them to spy at their neighbors than astronomy fans that use them to gaze at the stars. Hey, we can wish to be big. A game for fairs and amusement parks. I don't like the doll. Like none of it. It's like this ringing sound. I can't find it. I can't remember where I stored the blasted music box. I thought I left it with the rest of the lot, didn't I? Yes. Otherwise, where could it be? In this lot, there was also a wardrobe full of dry blood stains. We took it out to the courtyard and dragged it to one of those storage rooms, the basement, but which one did we place it in? I can't even remember what color or shape it was. What's wrong with me? Could I possibly reveal the blood left behind somehow? I would have to buy luminol, right? That's what the police use. Perhaps that way I could find the lot of products containing the wardrobe and the box with it. Sebastian says I must return it to the original owners, the Legrand Amsberg family. If I can manage that, will this madness come to an end? Probably. Receipts for purchases of several lots of antiques by Farber & Sons shop, along with the address of the original owner of those lots. One is marked letters, old furnishings, and a music box. Legrand Amsberg auction. Man, that high-pitched noise is not good. Let's look over here first. Well, let's go behind the counter. Under the counter are several types of cheap bric-a-brac, quite commonplace in these type of shops. Bric-a-brac. Is that the game? Yeah, it's the game. Making sure it wasn't my sound setup. Not all the objects on these shelves are antiques. Some are customer information cards and other forms. Cash register is ancient. I hope they take out the money every evening because opening it would be no challenge whatsoever to a thief. Switch for electrical devices. I need a special key to turn it on. Nope. Okay. I'm not going up there yet. Yeah, is that electrical sound? Yeah. Maybe louder, closer to... No, it's in here too. My wife has summoned the devil. One time, Granny was calling me on the walkie-talkie from hell, as you guys know she does. In the background, I heard Satan. And this is what he was saying.
Let me move my thingy, and then I'll deal with you.
Thanks, Mod Wife. I'm not sure what the devil and Granny were doing. I think they were in cahoots, as the kids call it these days. Brimming with interesting items. Man, I don't like this screech sound. There are display items for the store on the table. Nothing under it, however. It's better we don't know. Door closed. Enter, ask at the counter. Alright, I'll do that. Scrolls, old tomes, sack books. There are libraries with a smaller inventory than this shop. Display items, alright. Wait, was that the same interaction spot? Yep. Tools. Old first aid kit is one of the few items I would like to purchase from the shop. Alright. Hopefully that screeches in this entire place. A dummy for dressmaking. Not of much interest to me at this time. A guitar. I don't see the price around here anywhere, but it isn't exactly the top of my shopping list either. Apparently he's here to shop. An empty old suitcase. Looks like the ones my parents lent me when I came from Europe. Feels like a lifetime ago. It very well might have been. An ancient spyglass. Not too shabby as a decorative piece, but I doubt it magnifies much. Hope this cannon's not working. Selling it to a civilian would be terribly irresponsible. Yeah, I'm sure it's a working cannon. Come over to Faber's Antiques and Artillery. Box of vases. Looks like they were left here and never... Oh, let me read this from my wife's perspective. A box full of vases. Oh, there's my wife again. Devil's thingy. Uh-oh, there's a broken mirror here. My wife has also summoned Granny. What's going on? Shut up. I remember one time I asked my granny if I could go to an antique store, and she turned to me really quickly and she said,
"Oh my god, I'm a frickin' Jedi pinata."
Alright, that quote didn't work very well. Thank you for using the channel points, though. Everything is in quite good shape, except for that mirror. Granny was a strange being, yeah. An impressive suit of armor. Let's put it on. Can I go into the toilet? I mean, well, into the bathroom? Maybe not the toilet specifically, but... Alright. You think they'll actually have clean toilets here? A spray bottle that appears to have once held dangerous substances. Since it's empty, it's very light. Oh my god, a suit of armor, a gun? I can even roll the cannon around? I'd be invincible. That's true. Oh my god, the toilet's basically clean. Towels for customers covered in dust. Either there aren't many customers or the store has been closed for days. Really? Towels? Not paper towels, like... I wouldn't want to use this. Yeah, the mirrors are broken here as well. Yep. A weapon should not be used as decoration. It just sends the wrong message. Oh, I could even take a samurai sword. Armor, a gun, samurai sword, and a cannon. A jack in the box. Who buys this kind of stuff? Very judgmental, aren't you? Some of these things are really expensive. I imagine it's because they're antiques. That's great deduction skills. We should have brought Daniel. Who is this guy? Oh, I bet this antique store has some old stuff in it. What is your name? Renee? Renee, you keep this up, I'm gonna get you killed on purpose. Yeah, that ringing is back. I'm gonna call him Meat. Captain Obvious strikes again. The dark souls here prefer their toilets clean, glistening porcelain. Dear Isaac, I am sorry about your trouble getting to sleep. If it is any consolation, I have been suffering the same plight recently myself, perhaps due to the imminent proofreading of my novel. If quality can be measured by the time invested, it should be one of my finest works. However, I suspect that this is not always the case. Despite everything, I have found a bit of time to look into your mysterious music box. Based on the carving and the wood, I'm certain that it's European, in the late 19th or maybe early 20th century. I also noticed that it's of extraordinary quality, perhaps a real luxury item back in its era. I will continue my research. Get well soon, Sebastian P. Husher. So there's letter 1. From Sebastian to Farber. Okay. Everyone in horror games has sleep issues. Yeah, maybe we're in a horror game IRL. Pile of boxes with private business documents. Not very well organized, but I admit my own are quite a mess too, so better not point any fingers. Definitely how you imagine them sounding. Pretty spot on, probably. My dearest Farber, I shall research more of the music box on the morrow. Yeah. Definitely him. Alright. Alright, here, the Declaration of Independence. Judging by the display, this document should be important. Although, if it were really valuable, they keep it under lock and key. Maybe it's a replica. Drawer closed with a high security steel lock. What if they don't store any money in there? It would not be safe.
No way.
Cat fur on my mouse. Aries. Always blame Aries. Well-organized books on important personages. Excuse me. Suppose there's the method of madness, the way this mess object is thrown about. A gramophone, like the one in my childhood home. Nothing that would be of use to me now, though. Ooh, more armor. I can be an entire samurai. An old suit of armor made entirely of wood. Pretty impressive. Interesting. It looks like there's something in its mouth. Can I not use my item? Man, I don't want to get him killed already. ABA, always blame Aries. Man, come on. It's pretty early on, though. If we get someone killed this early, then, you know, it's not a big deal. Alright, we got it. Bronze token. Bronze-colored metal token for cultish. I'm surprised how much this little thing weighs. You said you'd stick your finger at anything. That's right. I am always looking for the next haunted anus or whatever it was from Soma. Table's covered with the shop's sales materials or space underneath it, though. So I was thinking, too, maybe we can put it in the fortune teller machine. Vases of a considerable size. Better be careful around such brittle pieces. Whoa, he really liked that chest set. You see him run over there? Miscellaneous items on display, including 2 Japanese swords. Hope they watch out to prevent any customers from climbing up and grabbing one. Alright. That just overlooks the downstairs. Let's go see if we can use this. There's a door. Check this first, I guess. Haunted Anus, you regret missing Soma already. The VODs for Soma are on YouTube already. I put them on there last night. So if you do ever want to watch it, it is there for you. Lots of anuses. I'm going to go try that fortune machine now. There's a lot to explore back there, it looks like. So let's go try the fortune teller machine really quick before we get further in. Make your wish. I wish to be big. A message dropped down. Let's see what sort of nonsense it says. Message 1 from Coulter. A prediction from the Coulter machine. There's something you forgot. Remember it, and you will be blessed. What'd I forget? Or if we're going to find more coins to put in it. Forgot to explore more. It doesn't sound squishy. Door must have some kind of lock on the inside. Stupid camera angles. Hang on. Alright, that's not a passage or anything. Nothing squishy. Alright, we good. You have a key in your inventory. Just
nope.
Oh. Alright, so we actually have to get a key for this. It's not the same one. Alright. And this one is locked from the inside. Let's see if we can reach that lock. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's see if this will... No. It says it's locked from the inside, so I don't think that's going to work. Shoot the door open. The answer is always to use the gun. Game is requirement to have the worst camera system known to humankind. That's right. Alright. Where is... Okay, there's this. What do we, Door closed with a high security steel lock. Okay. I think we already tried these on it, right? Okay. So we can't access that one yet. What was the puzzle downstairs? The camera's not as bad as the last game, at least, yeah. Okay, so we need another token. Cash register. Can we open that? Oh, right. We have to do this one too. Special key. I don't think either of these worked for that. Nope. Okay. So we need to find coins, a key. Maybe more than one key. Looks like there was another door down by the bathroom too, huh? So what I saw? Yep. It just depends on the game. This one, it's not too bad, but I really, it's locked. It was really annoying for, like, Man and Medan. Okay. Yeah, some people are gonna love it, some people are gonna hate it. Depends on the game for me. This one is not quite as bad. I'd still rather it be first person, honestly, but... No, 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 no! Oh, I hit the wrong button. I got lucky there. I'm gonna get meat killed. Alright, nothing squishy. We're good. What does this say? Cherry Flats. Isaac Fob. Marley Wrangle. The Gibbs family. Have any ammo in our inventory? You can't actually fire the gun because you don't have any ammo, but very well could be the case.
Nope.
If only I had the enforcer with me. Alright, we can try it in this one as well. His name is Sacrifice. Fresh meat. Clearly, their opinion is wrong. Forster. I think it's just a flavor text because he's a officer, so something to break down the door. I think anyway, but yeah, I don't know. Big like little courtyard area.
Concerned that I haven't seen anyone yet.
Do we get tongs again? The grill's rusty and dirty. Everything seems it was abandoned here. Big little courtyard. Big little.
No way.
But I used to say that all the time when she was little. Everything was big little. Or little big, depending. It's late at night. The store is closed. Why does he expect to meet people here anyway? Like, so weird. No one's in the store at night when it's closed and the front door was locked? Strange. I mean, I guess the people that run it, obviously, but... Nope. There are so many locked doors. Go on, J-Mac. Give me the lurk. It's like a giant miniature space hamster. Gardening tools and little else. Nothing that draws my attention upon first glance. Only open from the inside. This one I don't even think will let me try that. Play BG? No. I have not. Say when there might have something useful on it. If only I could get inside. Looks like I'm going to be able to get in from the top. Old bicycles, abandoned perhaps, depending what neighborhood they were in, they could have been stolen long ago. Where is he getting this information from? We've had one glance, yes, but what about second glance? What do you think on second glance? Bins are full of rubbish. You'd think the building had been completely abandoned.
Ah, so clumsy. I must get down to the cellar if I want to get my hands on that now.
Good idea. Oh, so clumsy. Door is blocked. I kind of just want to check the doors because we haven't heard anything here at all. But as soon as I stop checking them, we're going to end up getting him eaten. Residential access. I don't think that will work. These old buildings, it would be so easy for someone to open the door and fall down the shaft. How easy? When was the last time this lift was serviced? If someone were here. Alrighty. I don't think we should use that one. It's gotta be like stairs somewhere. End of shift report. Date 11th August 1998. Shift night. Time stated 7 a.m. Sullivan Walter. Incidents 10:38 p.m. While on rounds, I detect a small leak in one of the water pipes. I place a bucket under it and send a notice to the building's insurers. 1:13 a.m. I hear someone pounding on the main door coming from outside. I approach and ask, "Who is there?" No response. Pounding stops. When I open up, I see nobody in the street. 4:40 a.m. I think I hear a melody playing behind me. I go out into the inner courtyard and find Mr. Isaac Farber, barefoot and wearing nothing but a pair of blue pajamas. His eyes are closed. In his hands, he is holding a music box, which plays as he walks slowly. He ignores me when I call to him and enters the door leading to his shop. Magnus, thank you for the resub. 3 months. 3 months already. Thank you, Magnus. Very much appreciated. Much love to Magnus Strife for the support. Thank you.
No way.
Tormund's office is locked. Dried up plants. Man, everyone's plants are dead. Nothing unusual indeed. Everyone's plants are dead. Angela, Bert, Susan, Ellen, Katrina, Irma, Kimberly, Jan, Adeline, Demetrius, Alexis, Dennis, Jorge, Veronica. What are we looking for here? Erica Farber. Was that the one we could have played as? I think so. Probably haven't watered your plants in like 2 weeks either. Can you actually use an item from the screen? It doesn't look like it. No. Rotate camera. The girl was Erica. I thought so. Door is closed with the anti-theft mechanism and is nice and thick. The neighborhood is quiet, but I'd better stay safe. Sebastian Gilbert. Look for other names that I recognize. Man, there's a lot of people living here. Cassidy, Enzo, Paris, Joseph, Ulysses, Devin, Lewis, Fiona, Dorian, Maximilian, Emilio, Chloe, Lillian, Inigo Jones. Set of keys left in plain view of everyone display a huge lack of professionalism. Though I won't deny it comes quite in handy to me. I say he's not skilled enough. I'm not skilled enough to hook the keys using just the hanger by itself.
No way.
Yeah, I didn't figure that was what you need to combine, but let's combine the message with a gun. That'll get us.
Nope.
So we need another item. Like some kind of hook or something. Hello, my name is Inigo Jones. You killed my father. Prepare to die. One with a bullet. Let's use the glass.
No way.
So we might miss something outside. Look at all the references. Door's jammed, locks not rusted up. It sat here unused for a few months, no doubt. How does he know all this precise timing for everything? Alright, aside from the locked doors, we're not going. This guy knows his stuff, yeah. Cop senses. Something else. Use the gun on the doors. Can you switch characters without dying? It doesn't look like it. Let's see. That one's locked. That one's off. Locked. Can't go to those. Those three are locked. Where did we miss an item? Also, sorry to leave you for a moment. I need to refill this drink. I drank it all a little bit ago. I should have done that during our little recess. It'll take just a minute. I am like sweating in here. I'll be right back. You guys look in this for the item, okay? I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I gotta remember to edit that out of the future part. Poor protagonist forced to endure his operator's uncaring actions by forcing him to stand around in the rain. The wet rain. If only guns could stop the rain. You think it's gonna rain there today? Or trail? No, I used the restroom while I was out as well. Is there dry rain? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so we gotta figure out something to attach to that in order to get the keys. It doesn't look like there's any like puzzle or anything. Where are those two dots in that main room? I don't know what those are. That and that. Not sure what those are. Let's go check. Could be mercury rain. Could be diamond rain. Kick the ball. It won't let me. Which one was this? Alright, this is where I want to go. Okay, let's see if those are actually anything. So we missed an item somewhere. I can't tell if that's really... if those are actually showing anything. -1 point to the game score. Can't kick the ball. And did we get any other items in the meantime? We still have this spray bottle. It's an empty spray bottle. There's quite a few things in here we haven't been able to get open like that. We're not able to...
What was that?
Bad idea, guy.
Through a reinforced door like this, I will never be able to hear a thing.
Well, let's not go through there. Even if someone was screaming in there, it says we wouldn't hear it. Alright, so now there was that little monitor we can look at, it looks like. Where was that? There it is. God. Now we're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. It was the duck. Is this Silent Hill?
I have no idea what that was, but it fled the scene.
Are you sure it fled the scene?
Nothing
Alright.
abnormal.
So maybe we can go in there now without dying? Audio only mode. Observe that someone sounds like a Minecraft villager with all that yeah. That's a good way to put it. Our NPC is a Minecraft villager. Wait, this is the player character, not an NPC. Our PC is a Minecraft villager. It escaped the closed room. So we should be able to go in here now? If not, he's just gonna die, I suppose. Wait, no, it's still locked, right?
Mm-mm.
Which room was that showing then? Hang on. For some reason, I just thought it was gonna be that one. Let me double check this. Oh, yeah, just walk into the counter. There you go. That is that door, right? Can we not change the station or anything? Maybe that has opened up some other things, like has changed some other things. Let's check back up here really quick. See if anything up here has changed. Or if we missed an item or something. We interact with that. All that. We got the coin from the armor. We still don't have a way to get that open. I said it needed like a heavy key or something, like a big key. Don't have that. I feel like there's got to be something to do with the names, right? The names in like the PO boxes or whatever. Don't like a lot of horror games. This one seems pretty engaging. Yeah, this one's pretty good. All that area we weren't able to really do anything. All right, let's try the names. Like, what kind of information do we have? We have a list of product lots. Was there a LeGrant or Amsberg? No, they wouldn't have lived there, right? That would have been kind of odd. Man, if you hit the wrong direction on stairs, they just go all the way back up them. I like how the cars and stuff actually still go by outside. I noticed that when we were at the top floor of the house before we killed the woman. That's right, we killed the woman. You guys are in on this as well. I'm not going down alone. Anyway, I noticed that you could see the street from outside and the cars were moving out there. It's kind of interesting. Is there anything else in here? No? Okay. Just a closet. I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, that's the only place I can think of that we... Unless we literally just missed an item laying somewhere. Go together. That's right. I do not feel responsible. I wash my hands of responsibility. Alright. So all these ones were locked? Yeah, all these ones are locked. We don't have those keys yet. We need the service keys. What was this? Flats. Yeah, okay, we looked at that one. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know, something to do with the names, I guess. Just a chat, that's illegal. Can't kick the ball. These are locked. Nothing in the grill this time. This was also locked, pretty sure. How do we get up there? Because there's something on that table. It says we can only get in from the top. There's a, like a sunroof or something open. Yeah, the bathtub was just the chat. Didn't want to do it. Chat and Mod Wife were very persuasive. Yeah, I really didn't think it was going to end up killing him, though. The window was super my fault. There was a different interactable near the barbecue. We already looked at that garbage. There's something metallic and half buried in rubbish. Should I take it? Another token. All right. Let's go ahead and take it back and see what that fortune says, I suppose. Good catch. Yeah, I thought it was just the grill. It's just going to be another meaningless fortune. I'm sure there'll be meaning behind them eventually. I don't like that hiss noise in this room, though. All right, let's do it. Message number 2, a prediction from the machine. Play and win, play and lose. Having doubts, go right through. Just forgot the meaning. You'll be blessed when you remember. Play and win, play and lose. Having doubts, go right through. Go right through, huh? All right, let's go.
Careful. There could be someone behind that door.
Safe. All right, let's go back to that courtyard.
If I find whoever's responsible for this... Nope.
There was a noise. There was some other door that shut or opened somewhere. I don't know. I still want to check the courtyard, though. I don't want to recheck every one of these doors. I mean, we might end up having to do that if it turns out the name thing doesn't pan out, but... Shut. Open. That's right. Alright, any shinies in here that we missed? All those doors were shut as well. Yeah, 2 of them locked, 2 of them inaccessible. That's, I think, pretty much an exit. All right, so this one goes into the residential service area where the elevator was. It broke. I think we could use our gun to fix it. Just shoot the elevator until it works. Okay, nothing in there?
No way.
Dried up plants, dried up plants. So the names on these has to be something. Did we try this? Doors closed, anti-theft mechanism, and is nice and thick. Neighborhood is quiet. I'd better stay safe. Just use more guns. So what is going on with the names? What is this? There's something. But I mean, I can't interact. I can't even try an item on this unless you can do it from this screen, but everything you can use an item on is like shown. Angie Myers, Jolson, Alvin Berry. So do we recognize any of these? Barnes, Payne, Hudson, Chapman, Horton, Preston, McDaniel, Copeland, Paul Stanley. Reed, Ramirez, Mendez, Wilkerson. Maybe have to deliver the mail. We find Schwartz, R. Warner, Carter, Anderson, Klein, Fernandez, Estrada, Norton, McKnight, Ocho, Herring, Villa, Atkins, Brennan, Ellsworth, Champs, Wise, Jacques, Bernhards, Linden, Hack, Gray, Novak, Diocho, Waltz. There's Farber, so there's Erica. I wonder if you could access that if you had played as Erica. Calcin, Janowski, Winthrop, Christina Faust, Durant, Stollers, Bailey. All right. So none of those seem familiar. I mean, aside from the one that we could have played as, right? Jones, Peterson, Watson, Browning. I wonder if there's some doors that are open now that weren't, though. Like, maybe the basement in the shop, after we saw that ghostly figure, maybe that's open to the doors or something. Hooper, Crane, Gates, Morrison, Tanner, Fisher, Pratt, Spencer, Mason, Barrett, Rocha, Schreiber, Simon, Robbins, Cotto, Lang, Hobbs, Merritt, Academy, Rompe, Dufort. Earlier done. I don't think these are, yeah, Whitmore, Sebastian Gilbert, Carlisle, Allard, Laconin, Colton, Smith, Schneider, Ernest, Reed, Stanton, yeah, Quincy, Grelia. Did it say Pooper Crane? I didn't see the Pooper part. I was only looking at the last names that time. Alright. I'm gonna try that part of the shop. Because the last time we were there, we couldn't access anything at all. We haven't been there in a little bit. So that side door that there was like the steps down, maybe that's where the thing we saw on the camera went. Isaac Conan? What was the last name? Either way, I mean, we can't interact with any of them. I'm gonna check that door. If that's not it, we'll have to go back through slowly. Alright, where was that entrance? It was right after the counter, right? Like right after the... I think so. Was this way? That was the closet. I think so. Yeah, that was the closet. I'm lost. No. There's the exit. Here we go. This is the spot I was looking for. Don't know if there's anything accessible here now, but we're gonna find out. Did die and you're gone? No, not this time. Lock on the inside. Maybe it's time to leave. Yes, back up. Well, we're done here. Oh, wait, did the badge fall down here? Yep, there's the badge.
I got you. What the? Stop.
Ornament. A peculiar refrigerator ornament. Little decorations always end up in the storage room. Aha. Now I think we can get the key. Toluca Lake. Is that a Silent Hill reference? Let's go on Hex. Welcome in. All right. I imagine that's what's gonna help us get that key. Maybe I should check and see if we can combine those right now. Maybe not. I guess we go check though. Can't listen at that door, okay? Either way, this is where we saw that shadow, so something has changed up here. Maybe we could use it on that security lock, the button thing. Okay, this is where we saw the person run by. Let's check the key just in case. If not, we can take it to the counter, yeah? Time to shoot someone in the face. Never know. The mag, yeah.
What?
It can't see you, but it sure can hear you. That's pretty cool that the mechanic is not just the same in each chapter. Running is futile. You need to keep calm and stay quiet. In order to do so, you can control your breathing by gently moving. Mouse up and down? Oh no. What about my DPI? Like, what if that really screws it up? I take it back. Can't we just press the space button? Try to keep the white circle as close to the frame as possible. If it feels your presence, it will come closer and closer with each mistake you make. Don't let it reach you. How about I just use my gun? Someone spill some Manchurian gold in here? Go away! Just shoot it! What do you leave?
A person? What else could it be? I must be imagining things.
Must be imagining things, man. Yeah, that's it. Just leave. Too old for this. They don't pay me enough for this. All these other things that you should say. Why can't I control the light anymore? What? Alright, there we go. Man's strong enough to track key, but if you could get them closer somehow, yeah.
No.
I really thought that was going to be the combination. Or the, yeah. Get the keys closer with the, why? Get them closer with the hanger, and then use the magnet. Come on. I'm not skilled enough. You don't have to be, just drag them closer. So is this different now at all? Huh. I really thought that was gonna be it, yeah. Me too. Obviously this is not gonna work. Try the other window. I don't think you can interact with it, no. Yeah, the greenhouse had 2 windows. Let's go and Kel, welcome in. Let's see.
No way.
No, it was worth a shot though. Okay, so should we try using the magnet? Let's see. There's a couple other interactables, right? There's the keypad on the counter. There's the heavy metal lock. Maybe the magnet can pull that metal pin out that was in the little upstairs part of the shop. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise that we found. Break something electronic, like the button here. Yeah, it's got. That's one of those 2 things. I'm guessing. So either way, they're both in the same general area. So we'll go back there. I really thought that combo was gonna be it though. That's the only 2 things. Yeah. I'm really surprised it wasn't it, but whatever. It's fine. Now, if neither of these are, then I'm pretty stumped. We're gonna have to like go back, check everywhere. Ugh. Yeah, I examined the magnet. Yeah. It just said something about it's a fridge magnet. Always end up in a storage room. This one says bend the wire. Okay, so let's try these 2 things. Might as well. You think each character might can find different objects? I don't know. So maybe the closet now will have something in there now that we have that. Let's try these 2 things first just to see. No, that still requires the key. All right. Nope. That's not it. All right. So the storage room was... That was connected to where? The main room downstairs, I think. What other interactables have we ran into? So we have the one up here, obviously, that we just tried. We have the counter. We have the fortune machine. Not the only ones in this area. Escape room's hard. Operator, can we get a hint? I mean, I doubt you can use this on here. Man, the buzz in this room is crazy. Here's that storage room. Anything different in here now? Think so? No? All right. Could it be used somehow at the elevator? Like, I don't know. We didn't try it there. That's the other interactable. We're gonna end up dying at that door one of these times. Have you thoroughly examined all the toilets? Yes. I'll just hide in the toilet. It's fine.
Get out now!
Boundless, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for using the Twitch Prime here, Boundless. I appreciate it. Find the monster and punch it.
I don't know what just happened.
Maybe you should just leave. All right. I wonder if that changed anything. Like, should I go try the other door again now? I don't know. Let's try the elevators though. That's the other interactable that we know that exists that we haven't done anything with. Never thought I'd want to go back to the house. Fatty Can Fly, thank you for the gift sub. Thanks, Fatty. Who'd you hit? Let me be Sniffles. Oh, thank you, buddy. Is this like the game you played yesterday? This one is better overall, I think, yeah. I mean, it is a horror game, but this one's been pretty good so far. Right now, we're just trying to figure out this step in the puzzle. Bro, say you causing me? Following for a while? That's awesome, yeah, thank you. Even sticking it out through the chicken streams. Back to lurking. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you again for using that here. Yeah, these aren't actual, like, item interactables, right? Yeah, I'm not sure then. That was spooky. Yeah, yesterday was more like a visual novel. Today's more an actual game. Nothing's changed. So we have to find something to combine with a hanger, but I thought it was gonna be the magnet. For what? We're gonna have to go back and see if there's any doors that thing is open. Maybe we try that door that's was blocked from behind. I don't know. What's going, Zan? Clicking on all these. It doesn't look like these are able to be interacted with yet. Shows you can't make the story choice in this one. Your choice is just lead to death. We've tried that one. Something to climb with the hanger. Couldn't he just break the glass with like even just like the handle of his weapon or something, you know? Kick it, something. All right, I think there's another part of this area. Just pistol whip that glass. Get a garbage can get the fire extinguisher and break it. Something. Can't go that way, we know. I tried the gun, yeah. Yeah, I did. Get on that scooter and ride out. It looks like to get on top of the greenhouse, we need to get into one of these rooms. We can look through the window. It looks like there's a... Yeah, I mean... There's some kind of balcony area up there, but how did we get there? Oh, yeah, I did try, yeah. Gun back there. Kind of cop can't jump climb on the side of it. We're just missing an A item. If we get whatever item combines with the... Is that something? The hanger, we can then get the keys, and then we can open some of these doors. And then I guess we can get up to the balcony. We can get whatever's in the shed, if that ends up being the order of it even. But what are we missing? Get the chair and go break it. Yeah, too much. It's too heavy to do it. There's nothing in this trash can that's useful, but I'll carry this wire hanger around just in case. Unrealistic game.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Was there anything interactable out front? Immersion ruined. I still think this door is gonna get us killed one time.
No way.
Still no way to force it open? I mean, I do have a way. You just won't use it. One of these times I'm gonna click on the gun expecting nothing to happen and it's just gonna... He's gonna shoot it and it's gonna be so shocking. Yeah, we already interacted with all that stuff too. What the crap is the water bottle for? Like... It's gun on the wall. Chekhov's gun. Ah, yes, that old trope. Alright, let's see if we missed something out here. I don't think so, but might as well check. Nope. We already did all that. Can't go up there. We already tried. We saved the store. We won. On to chapter 3. We don't have whatever we use on this. Yeah, I'm not sure. You guys have any ideas yet? Police chief is like, you've been there for 3 days. Yeah, we've looked at the camera a couple times. I don't know. I guess maybe now that we've seen that thing again, we could check it. One of these times we're going to check this and it's going to jump at us. We've done the fortune machine with all the you have to have a coin. We've done it twice. But so far, the fortunes that we've got from it haven't done anything. And this one we couldn't do anything with, right?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope.
Shoot it open. It tells fortunes, duh. Close the high security steel lock. We already got the coin out of this. Is there anything else over in this direction? Just an item. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we have some notes. It's not too much information right now yet. We have this notes. We have the people that sent the music box, a receipt for the purchase. Letters, old furnishings, and music box. LeGrant Amsberg auction. We looked for those names in the post boxes or whatever. Didn't see that. We have Sebastian's letter. We have the night shift reports. Leaking one of the water pipes, buckets. Someone pounding on the door, no one was there. Heard a melody. Saw Isaac in the courtyard with the music box. That's all we have to go on. It feels like we're just missing one item. That will suddenly unlock a bunch of additional steps for us. I know eventually someone's gonna watch this on YouTube and they're gonna be like, so frustrated. The item was right there the whole time. Yeah, it's much easier when you're not, when you already know. Open all the names were. Didn't appear to, nothing appeared to work on that, no. What do we need this magnet for? He doesn't know he has to jimmy the grum with the wombo. Ah, the wombo combo I've heard so much about. No, that's wombo combo, Adam. I don't know. I mean, what have we not? Where have we not gone? We just went into the exterior. There's nothing in that storage closet. On the items themselves, it just says this used to have a chemical in it. You can bin this. These don't say anything. There is something you forgot. Remember it and you will be blessed. Wow, thanks. Play and win, play and lose. Having doubts, go right through. Figuration always ends up in the storage room. Was that not the storage room we went in? I'm pretty sure this is the storage room. There wasn't anything in there, right? Yeah, probably not yet, but maybe soon. Yeah, we interacted with all that as well. All that. He just says, I don't want to buy this stuff. Yeah, this, yeah, we have, yeah.
Right.
Hang on a second. Do we have to just disconnect that and now it'll be able to go on there?
Good.
That's so dumb. Really? We were right the entire time. The entire time. That was the combination. But you have to click one additional button for him to pull the plastic off of the magnet part. We did it. Yeah, good job. It's pretty silly though. We were all like, how is that not the solution? That has to be the solution. It turns out it was just, gotta get that plastic junk off there, apparently. Or the other metal part or whatever. If only I knew to Jimmy the Grumble with the Womble or whatever the crap you were saying. Go away already. at all. I'm not a big fan either.
Blood of Jesus. I wasn't trained for this at the academy.
Leave. 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 You can already go out the front door. We were just there. But he refuses. Can't believe that we just had to click on that one extra time. Set of iron keys found in the doorman's office. He has was nowhere to be seen. Doorman's master key set. It's probably opened several doors. Alright, so there we go.
Right.
Now we get to try all the doors again. Here's the key to the switch you'll find on the shop counter. In case anyone needs access to the exhibit gallery. That's where we saw the camera was pointing. There are security cameras. Alright, so. End of shift report. Shift A time. Times into 7 p.m. Agent Simon. There's always a Simon. 8:51 a.m. The plumber from the insurance arrives and repairs a leak in the pipe. Assign the insurance claim form. 1022. A package is delivered to Block 2, Flat 3B. Nobody is home. It is stored at the doorman's desk temporarily. 1206. Mr. Isaac Faber is asked about the incident which took place during the night shift. He seems to be confused and not to know what I'm talking about. And appearing upset, he asks me many questions. I offer to call a doctor, but he assures me he's fine. 3:17 p.m. A door-to-door salesman is found trying to sneak into the inner courtyard. I usher him out of the building. The only monitor now turned on, displaying nothing. Better do a go around on the building. Alright, anything else interactable? Can I not grab the other keys that are up there? There's another door. Interact with the kettle? No. That's just a light on it. Just a reflection. The microwave, the only thing that does is show the note. Notes prepared with errands and a complaint by Erica Faber, building's doorman. Apparently this Walter is a bit of a shady character. Can't read those ones. Alright. Check anything. I think it's probably just loops. Nope, it doesn't. Crime. I saw 5 minutes of it once and I almost shot a hole in the telly. The way it portrays police work is most unfortunate. Alright, is that the key? Crank handle. An iron crank handle with a socket. Seems to operate some kind of electric device. Maybe even a lock. Really shady guy. Makes you feel like get drugs though. Walter. A table I'd easily fit underneath. Bobo. Good day. 22 months. Why, that's the beginning of time. Started that earlier. Thank you, Bobo. Glad you are still around. Thank you for the continued support.
I see something on that cleaning cart.
Yeah. We'll get there. That's not foreshadowing at all. Brah, I've seen situations like this before, and they are usually due to burglaries or invasions of privacy. Not very typical of a building's overseer to have the facilities in such a state, even if it's just for his personal use.
Good.
Hydrogen peroxide, first aid, antiseptic. Forensics team use it to activate luminol and criminals to erase traces of organic matter. Can we combine that with a spray bottle?
No way.
No. Luminol. So, we already saw something about that earlier. To show blood. Oh yeah, yeah, I have it, Ashton. Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I do have it. Maybe you have to examine the bottles to open. Yeah, let's double check that crap. All right, now we've examined both just in case that ends up being. Yeah, I haven't played it yet. Well, the developers did reach out and sent me a key to it, so I do want to try it out. I can finally open this door. Oh, that's the door. All right. All right. Will this key work down there, I wonder? I'm guessing it will work on several of the ones in the courtyard. Let's try this one too. I mean, we're already here, so.
Blood of Jesus.
Boy, it's all about the blood of Jesus.
Right.
Works? All right. Let's kick it open. All right, what do we got here? So where are we currently? Storage rooms. All right. Could have been chicken strips.
Nope.
We need another key. Wait a minute. The overseer of this place, I think he called him, their key doesn't unlock the storage area. It's just probably another key. They probably have access, just it's not a universal key. All right.
Somebody threw something away in the waste paper basket.
That's where you typically throw things away. Random piece of paper, a note found in a wastebasket. This one was okay. Walter, what have you done? I found traces of mud on the stairs of block 4, which lead down to the window on the first floor. I know it was you. Plus, you ruined the handle on the window. Have you gone mad? I've informed the building handyman so that he can fix it as soon as possible. I don't know what's up with that girl, and I don't really care. Stop screwing around and start behaving yourself. It may turn out she's not hysterical as you claim, but rather that you are one big weirdo. This is the last time I'm putting my butt on the line for you. Okay. I'm guessing that we're going to have to use that to access the top of the shed. Achilles meter, nothing to be interested in right now. Tools left around any which way. Some are dangerous too. They should be stored properly. Why would he take a clothes hanger randomly, but he's not taking like a wrench or an axe, you know? Also, I was saying I probably have my... Oh, there's a wrench. Good job. I was saying I probably have the gun out at all times at this point. A classic metal adjustable wrench. Standard tool, extremely versatile, no matter what you're repairing. Box full of tools. Okay. He has a gun. Why does he need an axe? What if he has to chop down a tree? What if the ghost comes out and he's like, to save your soul, you must build a log cabin. You just never know what they want. You should always be prepared. Can't build a log cabin with a gun. Shotguns for it. What? How is that fair? I didn't even get the chance to, like, do the door slamming thing. I did listen to the door. I held the right click. I didn't hear anything. I guess I didn't listen long enough. Well, all right. Let's go back. Life ain't fair. It's better next time. Well, there is the cop. I don't worry about that guy anymore. Killer door. I just didn't hold right click long enough, I guess. Daniel would have survived that. All right, one down. Get good recreation. I was going baked potato. Black Cobra. Welcome in. All right. Well, are we gonna get down to the last person every time? Did you listen with your heart? I did not listen to my heart. Ring, ding, ding.
How weird. It's not like Dad to leave the lights on after closing up.
We gotta go back through there, right? Oh, I guess I could have taken the other path, yeah. Yeah, it was down the store. This is just gonna loop around in the storage rooms. I could have taken a much faster way there. Alright, let's go back. I think we're probably about in between both of them now, but whatever. Because that looped around to the storage rooms. That one felt a little unfair, though, I gotta say. I really thought... I mean, I did do the listen to thing with the right click. I guess I just have to listen longer in this area. Look how fast she is. She should have been playing Man in Medan. She would have escaped the ship. No Manchurian gold could have stopped, well, unless she was just running to the side of bookcases. Can't listen to that one. Man, there's been like 3 jump scares right there.
Holy shit!
Hey, I need to come through there. My bag is there. Wonder if there's actually some death scenes that are unavoidable, so you have to go through more than one character. I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if we can check her P.O. box now too, yeah. Alright, the juice is back there, but I mean, what? So am I really gonna have to go that other way? Oh, God. I was already almost going the other one, and I was like, no, we'll just go the straightforward way. Wait. Isn't the key that we need to open that door that gets in there the other way in that bag? Well, yeah, but we gotta get into the bag. Yeah, this loops through the offices, but... Well, I meant the one that still has the key icon. Hopefully this loops around to it. Oh, that's the toilet. Lady, is the cop dead? Cop's dead, yeah. This goes back through the main office. We can check her box over here, though. Or see if she can check it, I should say. He died to a heart attack, nothing supernatural. Yeah, it definitely wasn't tentacles that pulled him through a door.
This gives me the creeps.
Where was hers? Why don't you go hide?
Christ.
Unacceptable. There's hers. Yeah, she can't check it either. Alright, so what's the other way down to this then? I really hope I didn't like soft lock us where I died. Is there another way down there that I'm not remembering? Like, we can't use the elevator to get down there. No, I listened to the door again, yeah, and it had the, I mean, I can go back and try now that we've done this. Like, now that she experienced that there, maybe, but the second time I listened to it, it was still making the squishy noise, the death noise, so. I mean, I guess we have to do it all again, at least we know where everything is, but kind of would suck. I think it's so dark now. Why does she have her light out anymore? Too bad you didn't drop the bag outside the door. We got yoinked, yeah. Like, maybe now that we experienced that and everything's dark, it'll not be squishy, but... Alright, I just didn't press it enough times. Alright, so now that we experienced the thing over at the other area, now this is openable. Won't even let me listen to it, so. There we go. Alright, well, not clicking on that door. I'm pretty sure there's nothing behind this one. Did we try the key on this? I don't remember. I don't know. It's really hard to tell with that one.
What the hell is going on? Open up! Open up!
Can she try to close it? She has so little strength. Why didn't he get that option?
What the hell is going on?
Man, she's really hard to shut those doors. Oh, and the other guy's been a lot better at that. Yeah, that door is squishy, yep. For sure. No, sometimes not. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go open some of those residential doors. Leave and call the police. Yeah, you think so. Can't listen to that one. Oh wait, was this? Yeah, okay, that's just the bathroom. I'm gonna go out the other way. I think the squishy sound is a little bit different than it was in the house. I think that's part of what threw me off with him. Like, I did listen to it, but I didn't think that's what I was hearing. This one's a little bit different. Kind of reminds you until dawn. I mean, we just played one of those from that series. I think it's quite a bit different gameplay-wise. Those ones seem more visual novel, which isn't a bad thing, but I actually really like Until Dawn. We played Man and Medan yesterday, which is this part of the anthology, and it wasn't as good. A little quieter, a little smoother, yeah. It's more of like a detective game at the moment. Scary detective game. So basically, if we hear any noise at all, we should not go in any in these doors. That's what it boils down to. What do you mean, no way? That wouldn't work. Should I try the key on this locked door? No, no way, idiot! Don't try that. Was there? Oh yeah, there was. Yeah, that's true. There was visual cues when listing. It makes it so you don't have to like rely on your headphones. I'll just try to be more careful with it, but if it gets to the point where they're so minor that it's like really feeling unfair or something, we'll change it. Not the right key. Try the key on the shed. It says it only opens from the inside. Yeah, there's not even an item area there. Interest rates are an all-time low, and they're in an all-time low 4 years ago when you watch House also. I know how you feel. Alright. No way that would work there. Can always try the financing. Worked like a charm. Okay, no sound in there. Okay, new place. Notice the neighbors in block 2, they look a bit old. It's definitely how a lighter works, by the way. Pretty much a flashlight. Can't listen at the store. Financing to save a bit of money. Monthly payment. Do a 20-year. Okay, can't listen there. Upstairs we go. I can't see a thing with this rain. I can't control the weather. I'm guessing this key isn't going to work with any of these. Nope. Can't listen there.
Nope.
Put the kids to work. Might as well try them though. Can't listen. 5, 3, and 1. They're small. They can fit in chimneys. They can be chimney sweeps. Could just go back to like the 1800s. We're into random people's houses. Now, it's a great idea. Definitely not get us arrested. Well, we can't be arrested, right? The police are dead. There was only one policeman. Nothing interesting out there. Good. I don't need any more excitement. It's gonna have me try all these doors.
Nope.
Yeah, I highly doubt this is gonna fit in any of them. I'm gonna stop trying it. If it turns out, oh man, it's gonna turn out the one I don't try would have worked.
Nope.
Don't remember we have that wrench also. Must have gotten used to this, and all my friends get scared here at night. I wonder why. All right, we made it to the top.
Nope.
All right, we're gonna have to find some other keys. I thought it was gonna be the way to the shed, but apparently not. Okay, there was another door at the very bottom of this, I think, that we could try, right? I'm just waiting to get the option for her to crawl out a window. God. End up killing all the female main characters of the game by having them go out windows. Can we go out the window? No. Maybe in a non-suicidal way this time. All right. Well, that didn't help us really. I think she almost threw up. Okay. There's so many locked doors. Okay, what other doors might we be able to... Or there's 3 in that little entrance to the courtyard. Try those. I don't think we've tried those. Oh, and we have the we now have that key to the display room or whatever it's called. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'll let you know what it is. Bottom door was open in block 2. You can't access that one. It's got a bicycle in front of it, so. Oh crap. Oh, I accidentally just clicked the door. Oh, I get myself killed. Alright, let's go use the item on that on the counter. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, yeah. The electronic lock, yeah. We'll do that while we're here. That'll open that door, presumably. We can use the camera to make sure there's no baddies in there before we go in, hopefully.
Oh, shit! I've got to get out of here now!
Go away.
If this is a dream, somebody wake me up already.
I think that's just her black lipstick that got in there. All right. Crank the handle. Okay. If the green light is on, you can go in the exhibit room. It's just the darkness seeping through. Okay, there's currently nothing bad in there.
The room is empty. I don't know what else I was expecting.
This is one of those that you can't hear through either. Yep. We gather Mom's favorite items in this display. They're not for sale. Everything is for sale. Replica of Spanish King Philip. Or the second. Meant to regulate all matters concerning to the New World. A real gem. Medieval land charters. Dad cataloged and classified them. These are Roman coins. Real collector's items. Old, but really well preserved. These are Dad's favorite items. What a bookworm. Where in the world is he? I stored my puzzle box in this glass display and changed the combination. Let's hope I remember it. Alright, well, we haven't found any numbers as far as I'm aware so far in this section. Yeah, it doesn't look like it allowed me to pick up the Roman coin for the fortune teller. These jewels are Etruscan. According to Dad, and he's rarely wrong. Rarely, but it does happen. Just guess the numbers. How long could it take? Is that all the interactions you do? I was cleaning done on lunch break, lurking for a bit. Have fun. Alright, this has nothing to do with that. Should we try the code from this officer? Or, I mean, the work employee? 09534? I mean, I guess we might as well. 0953. No. No, this is a 6-digit code. Okay. Nothing on there. I don't know why I checked that again. Nothing on that. No clues on that, it doesn't seem. Nothing there. Oops. Nothing there. Alright, as far as our items go, I don't think there's any numbers on this.
Oh.
Play and win, play and lose, having downs. Yeah, we've already read that. We also have the wrench now. We gotta figure out what the wrench is for.
Huh.
So I guess we gotta come out of here until we figure out where the code is. We also have the spray bottle, the hydrogen. Where was the information about the using the hydrogen peroxide to find like blood or something? Possibly reveal the blood left behind somehow. Would have to buy luminol. So police use paths that way. I could find the lot of products contain the wardrobe and the box with it. Sebastian says I must return to its original owner. All right, so that's the... Okay. Got into the courtyard and dragged it in one of the storage rooms in the basement. That must be the room that we can't go in. The one with the squishiness. Well, at least we know where to use that one, I guess. So we need to use the that to show us which is the right box when we get to the storage room. Use this dead cop. Yeah, he didn't leave his gun behind. What happened to his gun? Oh god, the ghosts are armed now. The ghosts are armed. So that must be what this is used for. There's got to be another key or another spot for the doorman's key, because every time you've used the key completely, it just disappears. And then the wrench. Key and the wrench. We can see if either one of those are usable on that thing upstairs. Also seems like there's going to be more coins for this. Is that the only puzzle left down here? Yeah. Okay, let's see if our wrench works here. Yep. Why would Dad put his house keys in here? Isn't that a bit much? A large old key, rusty and worn down. Key to Dad's place, as old as his taste. Alright, so now we need to find which room was his. Farmer's room. There are 25 more coins to find. Alright. Is this room... Is that why we need those mailbox areas? We need to go find the Farber one and see which room it was? That way we don't have to just try every single one? Probably. This is now a shortcut to the residential access. So, let's go through there. Collect all the coins to get the gun you found on the ground. I'm holding right click every time we get to a door just in case. Farber. B4 3C. B4 3C. Okay. Let's go, man. Welcome in. Alright. Out of this, into the residential area. Hopefully. Does she live with her dad? No, let's make sure he doesn't have his own. Might as well while we're here. I don't remember seeing another Farber, though. Let's see. Do you remember seeing another Farber? An Isaac Farber? Wouldn't she have her own key? You would think, like, wouldn't she be able to go in her own apartment while she's here? Alright. Go. Counting every single one of them. King gets on his throne. Thanks, NK. Yeah. Charge Engine 2. I'm looking forward to it as well. Yeah, I don't remember seeing another Farber on here, so... Like I said, might as well double check, I guess, while we're here. Because I read all these off earlier. And I only remember reading Erica. Alright. So hers, we'll try that one. If not, we'll just start trying the key on the doors, whatever doors. B4 3C. B4 3C. B4 3C. Can't listen there. So block 4. It's block 2. All right. I'm gonna try it on this anyway. I don't think this is the right one, but no. Pretty scary, like the atmosphere. Yeah, this one's been really good so far. The best one we played this year, for sure. Miss anything good? I don't know how long you were gone. That's block 2. We need block 4. So that other one is block 4, right? So yeah, not too much then. We got another key. So we ended up going into the display room, and we got we ended up not really getting anything in there, but finding another kind of puzzle area. We used the wrench on that thing in the shop in order to get our dad's key. Block 4. Block 4. So block 4 is this one. Have we found another way in there? The doorman's key doesn't work. Popper key doesn't work. Okay. I wonder if that key works in that storage room area. We can't go into the actual storage room because that's where the squishy noises are, but maybe that other one that we couldn't unlock previously. We can try this key on that one. This one only opens from the inside, it says. Yeah. Yeah, this one's a lot more involved than the house was. Which door was this? This one's just one that we can't go in. It's blocked, yeah. So not locked, blocked. Also got to figure out how to fix the elevator. If we even can. Alright, let's go down to that. What is this? Yeah, this is the back entrance here. So we'll take this down to the storage spot. We'll see if one of those keys unlocks that. If not, then I guess we are back to square one where we missed something. The train's already off. You don't think we can fix that after it crashed? I think the cable actually snapped, so you might be right. We can't listen in that door. That's the one with the squishy noises. Let's make sure those are still happening. Yeah, they're still happening. We're not gonna be going that way. What was in this one? Ah, okay. This is where we got the wrench, which we've already used. Okay. Meters. Some neighbors have already been caught stealing someone else's electricity. Alright, this is the door I was wanting to try. Okay. Let's see if any of the keys work here.
Nope.
Nope. Okay, so where else haven't we gone then? There's the locked areas around... There's like 3 left keys there. Where it says WC. We got also just try block too. Maybe we're wrong on which one's his apartment, which one's hers or whatever. So that might be worth trying as well. They could just not live together. As much as I'd hate to go try the key on every one of those doors, we might just do it. So. All right. Squishy noise. What are you doing, Aries? Why are you sneaking around? Huh? Hey. No. Mod wife of mine, are you still there? If you're still there, Aries needs assistance. I'm watching you. He was starting to do things. He might have already done some things. I'm watching you, Aries. Alright, let's go try some of those rooms. Crap, I didn't right click that one, but oh well. Camera just suddenly changed and we're running into garbage cans. That one's blocked. Alright. Into block 2, we'll try these keys. That ever happens, you don't listen to doors. Alright, this should be fun.
Nope.
Current training for the trash athlon.
Nope.
No trash athlon for me this year. Gave up on that dream. Very old-timey door. Yeah, these are the only locked doors that I remember seeing. Like it. There's, like I said, there was those the ones like around that water closet area. We might as well try these though. We've tried the other ones in the courtyard. We tried the one in the storage room. So if none of these work, we'll try the ones around that water closet area. And go from there, I guess. Who's Lydia?
No one knows.
Lydia, that would have been my name if I was a girl. That's where it originally, this all happened from. Like, I don't remember, a couple of years ago, maybe like 3 years ago now. We had this conversation like, did your parents have another name picked out in case you were the other gender when you were born? And I was like, I shouldn't tell anyone this, but I'm going to let you know what my mom had planned for my name if I had been born a girl. And the name was Lydia. And then people started running with it. It's like, Lydia versus everything? Yeah, I don't think these are going to work. I think we're on the right track with the block 4 thing. We just can't get in there yet.
Nope.
So maybe we're like ahead of ourselves with this. Wait, isn't this block 4? It's the 4th floor. Yeah, but it's the 4th floor of block 2, which is not correct. Dodge a bullet there. Hey, Jordan, your parents were going to call you Joey when you were in the womb. Yeah, block 4. 3C. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go down the stairs. What are you doing? Joey Jojo Jr. Alright. Man, this chapter's taking a lot longer than the first one. Feels longer anyway. Alright, let's try those. Is it through here? Can't listen to that one. Yeah, so these are those other locked doors. All right, we found one. We found a door that the doorman key is actually unlocked. All right, nice. All right, no squishiness. I think it's mostly because a lot of this one is just all keys. That and also the magnet thing was all screwed up. It's like, oh, you have to click on the magnet twice, not once, or else it doesn't work for some reason. Magnets, how do they even work? Is this an old game? I don't think it's that old, no. Year or two or something. Let's go, McGurkin. Does anyone know the release date exactly? I don't think it's that old, though. This is a recording by my father, Isaac Farber.
I had another nightmare last night. I was lying in bed and I felt something staring at me from the corner of the bedroom. I knew that there was something there, something very real, but I didn't dare turn on the light because I didn't want to see whatever it was. I was afraid of going mad.
2020, so yeah, a year.
So, perhaps in a rush of panic, courage, or folly, I turned on the light and woke up. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash my face, attempting to lift away the heavy feeling of something pressing on my chest. Then I saw my reflection in the mirror. The face looking back at me was grotesque. It was deformed and changed color, and it was jolting about with despair. It was banging against the glass time and again, trying to warn me, or to escape the place it was in. It seemed as if it was screaming, but I couldn't hear anything. The scene was so horrific that, well, I woke up again. I was inside the bathroom, standing before the shattered mirror.
Dad's gone crazy. Sure, that's the only explanation. Garbage pickup notices and things like that. I'm pretty sure I don't hear anything squishy behind this door. I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
Won't budge anyway. This isn't one we can use the key on either. Nope. That one is shut from the other side. Okay. Or blocked or whatever. A note. What? I wrote this. Father, I kept a copy of the key to the house in the display case in the showroom inside the Chinese puzzle. I would have left it at the store for you, but I don't trust the doorman. I provided you with a reminder of the combination on the back of this note in a somewhat cryptic form, though, just in case this falls into indiscreet hands. A big hug, Erica. Erica, why don't you remember the code? From left to right. That's so discreet. No one knows how to read Roman numerals. Wow, Erica, good job. All right, so we got 8. So wait. 6 wheel. I can't write it in Roman numerals. Is it a 0? All right, we don't have to remember it. We can look at that after we get back there. It would take like the NSA to crack that. I don't think I hear anything squishy.
Mm-mm. Good.
Alright, so this is her dad's apartment. Let's listen again just in case that did something. Okay, nothing squishy. We're good, I think. Father?
Christ, something's wrong.
What?
Dad, where in the world have you gone?
Sir, I think the Blair Witch was here. Missed the squishy sounds already. Dad never leaves the house so late, especially in this weather. And without a scarf? Dad, are you here? That mirror's shattered. Did Dad do that? But why? It doesn't make sense. Dad's keys. You can't have left the house unless it was an emergency. Alright, no squish. Those are Blair Witch symbols. Whoops.
What the hell is going on? Dad? Are you in there?
I have nowhere to hide! Where was the hiding spot? I didn't find one fast enough, but I mean, I didn't know what was in any of the rooms, so... this is our last try. It's our last try. If he dies, we have to start this chapter over. Crap. It's Daniel! Why do you have 2 bathrooms? Why do you have a wardrobe anywhere? Take a shower, clean yourself with a squish. That was quick. It sucks. So now, if we lose him, we're done. What happened to her? We just couldn't find a hiding place. The inky, shadowy bullcrap was coming, and we hadn't been in that area before, so I didn't know where anything was. I started opening doors. Neither of the 2 doors had a hiding spot, and by then we were out of time. We were eaten by the wall. Yeah. If this one...
Nobody appears to be around. I wonder whether this Faber guy is anywhere nearby.
If this one dies, we have to start this whole chapter over. Right. I don't know what Ares is doing. He's outside my door meowing now. Now he's in here. What are you doing, Ares? Now he's just like up on my daughter's desk meowing. Alright. We have nothing in our inventory yet. So it's this one. Let him on the recliner? It's not like I'm stopping him. That's right there. Maybe he wants a nap. Yeah, I don't know where we could have hid with her. Like, that kind of sucks. Cat's the same way. That's the face I made too. I didn't even notice all. Wait, were the nooses there when I was trying to figure this out? What the? And running with her? Huh? Where's the bag? The bag is in this bathroom. What is this bag? Mirror with shattered pieces. I think I'm starting to understand. Are you? No little bathtub, no curtains, covered in a fine layer of dust. Really worried he's gonna die. Quite concerned. Five family photos, and these two must be Isaac and Erica. Alright. Family photos in the restroom? Bathroom wall, interesting place to hang your pictures, yeah. Sucks there was no hiding places. Oh well. Alright. You squishy in there? I don't think so.
Mr. Farber, is that you there?
Wait, do you hear something, guy? I don't think I hear anything. Some creaking. I think that's the ropes behind me. Alright, so we don't have access to that yet. Yeah, I think it's the ropes or something. Don't hear anything in there. Alright. Kind of camera you'd expect to see in a Wild West film. Alright, that's cool. Whatever you want to do there, Farber. Daniel's gonna solve the case. There's a tray and a series of liquid ingredients ready for mixing. Something coming out of that friggin' wall. This is fine. Why don't you just leave? Film development material. The whole process seems like magic to me. Like magic. I think I'm missing ingredients to mix in here. Missing ingredients. Just to make sure. Let's try to combine these. No. It's a kind of magic. Alright, so we're gonna need to come back into the dark room at some point. Do we check that? Go to material, the whole process. Yeah, okay. Same thing. You squishing in there? Nope, no one's squishing in there, I don't think. Dan would be so much stronger with a gun and music player. Circle piece. A wooden circle piece carved and decorated. I have to say, those bright colors bother me. Check out the screw. This must be the lid to something. The lid to something. Bit creepy, to be honest. Husher and Faber have the same taste for art. History books, religious texts, mythology. What is all this? Books, booze, pills, all too familiar. This whole room reeks. It's pretty judgmental. Someone actually burned the bed? There's a Ouija board? Oh, God. A Ouija board. I see the man has tried it all. An open Bible and an empty bottle of whiskey. Can't say I'm a fan of that combo. The band listened to the melody in that box and then broke all the mirrors. What did you see, Isaac Farber? What did you see? Hey, look, there's the area to hide. Well, now we know it's the bedroom near the dark room. So if it happens to Daniel right here, at least we know where we can go. Second recording by Isaac.
Erica, I hope you are the one to find this, my daughter. I have had a few problems. Some sort of nightmares or visions. I don't know what to call them. I'm exhausted. I have a hard time falling asleep, and the doctor believes it's stress. But I suspect
Welcome back, hi, Tellen.
it's something else altogether. That blasted box. Sebastian, yes, you've got to find Husher. Sebastian Husher, Professor. My friend. Or so he said. Find him and ask him how he did away with this. Ask him whether he also saw things. Ask him why he's abandoned me like this. Ask the black figure. Those who crawl do not want to see it. They crawl, and the noise they make. No, don't ask. Don't get near. I can't sleep because of that noise. Because they drag me away too. They are taking me. The black figure. I don't want to see it either. The figure. Please. Whatever you do, don't listen to the box.
Don't worry. I will not listen to the box. Daniel will definitely not end up listening to the box.
Floor is moving.
Get in the wardrobe. You better not die. Move it fast. Where? Oh, God.
At last.
There's no black stuff. He's fine. All right, so we have the combination for the display room. And we have the lid for something. Hapras worked hard for this. Only things have been different. Sophie. Badge of Perseverance. I wonder what that does. All right, to the display room. That's the one thing that we for sure know that we have. We have the Roman numeral code for that room. Did we go into... We didn't go into this. Try our badge on the fortune telling machine. Interesting idea. Might as well try it. There's a lamp with an ultraviolet light bulb in there. Thought the paintings at Husher Mansion were disturbing. What's Farmer doing with this thing? So he just unplugs it. Alright, let's look at it again. Anything. Coin. Yeah, that's what we're saying. I wonder if we can put it in there. That's an interesting idea. Like, because you can play with. Yeah, I don't know. We'll try it. A bunch of books, novels mostly. Maybe it'll work. Oh, we got a UV bulb. A light bulb that emits ultraviolet light. Nice. And claim Far Cry 6 is an evil game. Do that try tomorrow? No, probably not. Isaac Faber's piano. It looks old. These look like random people's diaries, stacked in no particular order. Yeah, good idea. Always play this. Always play some keys on the piano if you're in a haunted environment. Pictures of a middle-aged woman. She seems happy. Cups are clean except for the dust on them. Letter number 3 by Sebastian. Dear Isaac, I hope you're feeling better, or at least a bit more calm. I now know who made the box, but he died years ago. His name was Argos Legrand. As soon as I find out more, I will let you know. I believe the key lies in returning the box. If you have the list from the auction at which you purchased it, you can surely locate the former owner. I think things have improved since I sent it back to you. Yes, I'm positive. I hope everything's going well, Sebastian P. Husher. Oh yeah. Things were completely normal after that. He lived happily ever after at his house with his wife and his 2 children and his groundskeeper, and yeah, everything was fine. We were just there. It's all fine. Everyone's happy. There definitely wasn't any shadow monsters or evil dolls that have come to life. Nothing like that. Alright, maybe we got some more chemicals in here we can get. Rice, pasta, noodles, tinned goods. I'm not sure what I was expecting other than a burglary sentence. Your standard dishes, surprisingly clean in spite of the dust. Wow, coffee and tea galore. I think I'm starting to understand what Isaac Farber is dealing with. He doesn't want to sleep. Dear daughter, I have tried to arrange the keys for you. The ones on the right-hand column are old keys. I only keep them just in case. The colored metal keys are for the security door to the shop and the locks. The square gold keys and the black plastic keys are all for devices and apparatuses in the shop. The round and triangular silver keys are the copies you made for the old display cases. The round green plastic key is for your motorcycle, and the red plastic key is for the safe. The small gold key is for a little box with your mother's things. The other 3 are for the storage rooms and warehouses where you keep a lot of antiques. We really need to get in that storage room. Dad. Or, wait, why did it... Why did Eric at the bottom right? Thanks for nothing, Dad. Refrigerator reeks. Don't want to know what's inside. Pet food. A box of dead cockroaches? It says this food is good for all insectivorous pets. Insectivorous. We're gonna have to feed a lizard at some point. Combine.
No.
I'm gonna spray. Yeah, spiders, lizards, frogs, something. A compulsive smoker. No wonder. Is that it? Alright. That's in case we get hungry. Alright, to the display case. Go away. This is my last life. Don't you understand? Eric is dead. Renee, the meat guy, is dead. Hit point in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are doing our annual Halloween event, playing through some games blindly. Feel free to hang out. Just if you know anything about it, don't let me know. Otherwise, feel free to hang out and participate. Can we not interact with that? Paper's almost a month old. Love crafting horror by chance? We don't know 100%. Yeah. There's not a lot of things relating to Lovecraft so far in this. It's kind of like a mixture of things, yeah. But it's pretty good so far. Pretty good. We did some Lovecraftian horror already. But alright. We gotta make it to the display case. Let's get out of here. We gotta make sure that we don't get juiced on our way out. It's like cursed object. Yeah, it's like it's more. Yeah, it's like a mixture of some different tropes, yeah. I was talking about the raid. Go away, this is my last life. No, thank you, though. The exit. Oh. What? What? Hey! Let me out. Oh, God. I really don't want him to die. Crap. Okay, so we gotta remember where the bedroom is. It's the one right beside of me. Are we getting out of here? Stream going? It's going pretty well. We're on our last life. This is a permadeath kind of thing, so crap. Where do we want to go? What do we pick up? We got the black light. I don't think that's going to help us here. We got the screw cap. But the only thing that we can interact with in here, as far as like puzzle-wise, is the dark room. We gotta... So the bedroom is the door past this one. If we need to hide, we gotta get into that room. I guess we'll check in here again. I'm pretty sure we don't have anything for this still. Yeah, we still don't have the chemicals, so... Man, what? You got on the Patreon and you're binging the Transhumanist run. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you for the support on there. I know a lot of people, well, some people have done the Patreon so they can get access to all those. Don't know if they'll stay, but. Who's the dark? Yeah, I don't know. Because the only thing that says in that room was that chemicals aren't. That we don't have the right chemicals or whatever. Wait. Now the door's here? Yeah, that's all fine. All right. Everything is normal. And we can just kindly walk ourselves back to the display room. Use those Roman numerals. Yeah, I'm sure Daniel's gonna be just fine. Holy crap, guys. We can't let Daniel die. We've been on this chapter for like 4 hours. If Daniel dies, I mean, at least we'll know like a lot of the combinations and stuff and we get through it faster, but holy crap. It's time for Daniel to go to bed and come back in the morning. Daniel is definitely not fine. Okay, we have to check the monitor to make sure there's nothing in that room. Because that is one of the doors we can't listen to.
Am I hearing voices?
I can fit under that table.
Is this real? Or am I dreaming?
Remember the diving helmet? Remember the diving helmet, Daniel. Alright. There's the exit. Just go home. Nope. Nope, they're still going home now. That's fine. Let's see if we can put our badge in there. Yeah, I like that idea. I don't know if it's gonna pan out, but... Nope. Phone, your phone is like 30 seconds behind, yeah. Welcome to the Twitch mobile experience. I'm just waiting for something to jump on this stupid screen. Okay, there's nothing in there currently. You can go use our Roman numerals. I'm sure it's fine. Remember the diving cap, it said. Weird. Alright. The puzzle part was behind us. On the side. Okay, there it is. Let's see. That wasn't it. Note from Erica. All right. So yeah, 8, 5. Wait, how many numbers were there? So what? The 6th one has to be 0, right? There's no Roman numeral for 0. 6, 5, 14, 2, 11. 6, 5, 14, 2, 11. 6, 5, 14, 2, 11, 0. $14, 2, 11. Yeah, it's got to be. Why did I say 6 instead of 8? I have no idea why I said 6. It was VIII, right? 8. There we go. There we go. Not 6. Second was 5. I believe. And then 14. There's no double digits. Could it be a letter? If you didn't, so if that's the case, or yeah, it could be like F for 14. Yeah, I don't know which way it's gonna go. Yeah, I guess we'll try this one first, and then 2 after that either way, right? And then 11, so 11 could be B, or it could be E, we don't know. And then 0. All right, let's see if that one's right. Oh, that was right. Cylinder box puzzle. A hollow wooden cylinder is divided into several ring-shaped compartments. And I think we already have the end for this, so. Looks like there's a part missing. Ooh, yeah. He is a villager, isn't he? Wait. Open that back up. I wasn't trying to do that yet. Okay, to spin the box, use the mouse wheel. To spin the disc, we left click, right click. All right. Those ones are already connecting. We need to connect something to this. We gotta get these up to the green, it looks like. Oh, they all rotate together. Okay. Some of it's hidden as well. I just had a can opener. It's like the puzzle from Moons of Madness. A little bit. Is that the only one of those that works? It's really hard to tell if there's something under that or not. Because there's definitely some green under, like, there. But we can't see where that's connecting, if anywhere. I don't think that's right. We gotta get these two lined up. I guess I should be turning it as well. Wait, go back. Those look correct. Well, I don't know if we should only be looking at the green or if we should be looking at like the dragon part. The dragon part looks like those two match up. And that connects. I think the UV light would be able to see the other green. But now if I do this one, these ones are not gonna be connected anymore. Okay. So they look... Wait. Can we rotate? Can't rotate the far side. Can we rotate the far right side? Oh, okay. There we go. I didn't know we could do that one. Pattern repeats as well. Where's the connection? There's that one. Should I worry about the green lines, really? Yeah, we have to. That one's almost there, too. All right, there's where that one connects. Now these aren't together, though. So we gotta move that one back down. Okay. No, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so this one only does itself. This one does the two. Whoops, crap. That goes to... There's two. So, which one... So we should do this one first, yeah? Because it impacts the most. What else turns the leftmost one? Just this one? Okay. So we can get this one back to where we need just by turning this one. It looks like these two are correct. But I don't... We want this one to be one off when we turn it? Can I just reset it? So let's just set this one as it should be. Connect to the green, right? These ones we need one off. I wish some of that green wasn't blocked. Okay, so we need... Crap. Go back, go back. So... We need this one. How many above this? One? So we need it up one. Does that turn it two at once? Where's the green connector? There it is. So I need to have this one up enough that when we move this one connects back down. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, is set it one off and then have the last one to move it back in. And the last one has to then connect here, which I think it is at the moment, but... How far does this one move it? Let's see. That's connected. What did the very last thing change? You think it's outside of middle? Because now we have the two outer ones done. This one's done. There's got to be another one that connects here, right? I guess that's not the correct one. There's two different parts of this one that connects. Man, this is kind of crazy. I wish I could start back over. This might be the longest puzzle on the stream ever. 3 does not move any other, no. Where's the other? Okay. All right, let me just look at just the third one. All right, that connects there. If that one's connected like that, does the other green connect to the right side too? Okay. And the pattern is completely right on those two. That makes this one wrong. How many turns do we need to get this one down? Lines that won't line up until you rotate the first disc a couple of times. Change the links as well. Is this the one that moves the far right again? No. Man, it feels like it's really close. So I'm trying to look at it and not screw it up. Like these two are currently, it's just the middle one right now, right? Or this one. There's no way to turn that one on its own. So we need to turn this one however many spaces we need to rotate this, but in the opposite directions. How many spaces do we need to rotate this? Puzzles. Because that one can move on its own. Yeah, that's just not going to do it. I think I shouldn't have moved that one. Okay. I think we have all but this one done now, right? I think the first disc is the key to the rest. Meaning this one. So if we turn this where it needs to go with this one, then we just have to rotate the other ones however many times we do this, I suppose. The second disc, gotcha. Let's just look at it where it connects. I know the other ones are going to be wrong with the last one, but that's where it connects, right? It's so hard to tell. Like, some of it's scraped off and stuff. Okay, so they're all right now, aside from they need to connect to that last spot. They'll all line up to last. Mid so that you turn it so the green arrives, yeah. But now there's no way to get. Alright. So hang on. How many off is this? This is just one off, which turns the first one 1. Which one controlled the first one with it? None of them. So this one goes up, down, up. My God. All right. Up, down, up. And this one rotates it down. All right. Yeah, I think that was incorrect. Crap. I forgot that one rotated too. Yeah, we already know it's incorrect. Let's see if it'll let me actually start over. Because I think we were on the right track. We only needed to connect it to the in, but to do that, I needed to go through each one, however many turns that the other one turns it. Oh my God, it's time to get my daughter too. I hate to have to come back and do this puzzle tomorrow, but I might have to. Alright. Strings move. I could open the box if I get them in the right position. Alright, let's try it one more time. So this one doesn't turn. This one turns up, down, up. This one is the middle connected. This one's by itself. This turns those two. There we go. All right. Whoops, wrong way. Are those almost connected? Almost. Where's the green spot? There we go. And 3 and 4 is not done. Oh, crap. Well, I wanted to finish this puzzle before I get off here, but I do need to go pretty soon. Alright. This isn't rage quit, by the way. Just to be clear. But I gotta wrap things up. This is gonna kind of screw up the YouTube portion of this, though. I'm gonna have to split this into... I'm gonna actually have to edit the 2 chapters together. Rage quit! No, my daughter actually get... The bus is here, or I need to be at the bus at 4:10, and it's 4:10 right now. Alright, let me end the recording. We'll continue this tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. We'll solve the puzzle, however long it takes. That might be the full stream. And then we'll go on to the next chapter. I have no idea how many chapters there are. Let me end the recording first, though. God, I need to go. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. It's very much appreciated. I really thought we were going to get the puzzle done before I need to go out. I'll be live again tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. with the continuation of this game. This game should take us 3 streams. If the puzzle takes full stream, it might take us 4. But anyway, I will see you tomorrow, 9:15, continuation of this game. Have a good rest of your day, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I will see you tomorrow.